the YouTube button?
The YouTube button.
There's like a YouTube icon with a plus next to it,
Oh, yeah, when I hit next, yeah. Click the YouTube button. Okay.
and then a box is gonna open, and it's gonna have learn
Click on Andrew Brown from
Guardians of Zion one.
I click on that.
Yes, sir.
Rumble Studio wants access to your Google account.
Yes.
Continue. YouTube successfully connected.
Excellent. Okay, now we're gonna create a Twitch account. You can keep that tab open on Rumble Studio because we're gonna use it again. But you're gonna do it on your laptop.
Okay, right. And we're gonna go to Twitch.
Yeah, twitch.tv. TWITCH.
Twitch.com.
Twitch.tv.
Twitch.tv.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Twitch.tv. Activate, login.
You're gonna create an account.
Twitch.tv.
Yes, sir.
Twitch.tv official site. Join Twitch today. Email. Use one of them instead.
Use your email.
Google.
Use your email.
Continue. Sign up Google, whatever. Sign up with Amazon. What are we doing? Just continue or
You can sign in with Google.
sign in with Google?
Yes, sir.
Sign in with Google. So just sign into Twitch. Learning guidance design. If you guys like that.
Yes.
Google will Twitch access to receive from Andrew Brown. Learning guidance design. Okay, so okay, just continue. Okay, username. What do I do with the username?
That's Learned Guardians of Zion.
Oh, should I put a space between these things?
No, don't. And you can't for a username.
What?
You cannot put a space for a username.
Oh, okay.
Okay, back to Rumble.
Um, one more.
Fine, choose something, whatever they say. You can close Twitch now.
It's disconnected. So I put in started out early done.
Continue with Google.
The characters and think the work together.
So click the sign in with Google for Twitch. Excellent.
Because
And just not have it go live. You might want to go live later with it.
oh, I can't add it later.
Okay. Oh,
A different
doesn't matter. Okay, it'll show. Then don't do it. We can.
thing. You know, not any access.
Don't find her. I don't know if it's gonna let you.
You don't think request
That one authorized. Continue. Studio.
Should I?
Uh,
All right. So then what should I do?
okay. Yeah. That's okay. That's okay. Okay. At the very bottom, do you see?
In the upper right, it says start stream.
Yeah. Don't click that yet. At the very bottom, do you see a camera and a microphone?
Yeah.
Click the camera and select your camera.
Yeah, I see myself on camera.
Okay. Now there should be a little box right above that, and it's going to say add. No. Okay. Do you see that little box where your camera's showing?
Yeah. Oh, add to stage.
Add the stage. Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, and it added to the stage on the top.
Okay. Now you should see yourself in a big window at the top, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now the next thing you're going to want to do you see the microphone? Now I don't know if you're going to be able to add the microphone because you're using the might be able to. It depends.
Let's see.
We'll see. We're going to test it.
How do we test it?
You just is the microphone on?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll test it. All right. Are you ready to start streaming?
Okay.
Now hold on. In the upper right next to the go live or start stream or whatever, do you see like a plus button?
Wait. Start stream.
Yeah, right next to that. There should be like a plus button.
Start screen share?
No. At the very top, scroll all the way to the top. It's right next to the green button. That says,
Sorry.
that's okay.
Okay, at the very top.
There's a there's a plus sign.
Oh, start stream? Start stream?
Yeah, but don't click that yet. Right next to it, there's a plus sign.
Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, all.
Yeah. Okay. So wait, you saw this plus sign, right?
Plus sign? No, it's an arrow.
It's an arrow.
And what pops up is Rumble, Roku, all.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you want to make sure Facebook is off and YouTube is off, but you want to turn on Twitch. Yeah, no, that's fine. Leave that. Leave that for right now. First time you're gonna your when you go live on Rumble, your streams will save. On Twitch, we didn't even turn it on for to save. It's fine. You're just gonna stream live there. If you want in the future, there's a feature so that you can save them for 14 days. On YouTube, they will save indefinitely, and on Rumble, they save indefinitely. On Facebook, if you ever do stream there, they save indefinitely if you choose that. And um on
Let
uh
me let me write.
sure.
I remember.
Rumble and
You have a
YouTube
choice
Rumble and YouTube save indefinitely. Facebook, if you make it that way, will save indefinitely.
You have a choice of it.
You have a yeah. Twitch is for 14 days only.
Okay.
All right. So you're going to go live. You're not going to know what to do. You're just going to test it. Once you go live, we're going to have you take your phone. We're going to have you look yourself up, and then you're going to be able to see streaming, okay? Does this make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready?
Okay. Let's go.
Before you do that, you should also know that you can always delete the videos too, if whatever for whatever reason. But like I'm somebody who has been archiving.
On YouTube, and if I chose, to have it permanently on Facebook, I can also delete it.
Yes, sir. You can delete any of them. Okay, but you're gonna realize like in the future you're gonna be like, oh, my streams could have been so much better. I could have had better lighting and I could have had a better background and all this other stuff. But for right now, you're just starting off and you're just getting used to how to do this. Okay. All right. Go live.
Okay, start stream.
Yes, sir.
We're live.
All right. You're live.
New York.
Now look yourself up.
Saturday night.
Now look yourself up on your phone on YouTube.
Oh, this is fun.
It's very fun.
YouTube.
Yeah. So you want to go?
I feel like I landed on the moon.
That's how you should feel, my friend.
Learning, studying. Learning God even decide. That's what I'm looking up on YouTube.
Do you see yourself?
Um,
It's okay if you don't.
look up.
Here's what you do.
I looked up learning. Oh, it said 24 hours, right?
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. Good job. Good job. You're 100% right. 1000% right. You couldn't be more right. You're absolutely right. Okay, go to Twitch, twitch.tv, and look yourself up. Good job. That's absolutely right.
Open an app, keep using web.
Keep using web.
I'm going to browse.
You're going to search in Twitch, Learned Guardians of Zion. Do you see yourself?
Can hear you.
I can hear me too.
Well,
Okay, so you're a real live streamer now.
you're like broadcast.
Just one moment. Apologies. Okay, what did you say? You said something like
I said, you're like broadcast.
you're a live broadcaster now. You're like Howard Cosell or Tom Brokaw or Dan Rather or Katie Couric. You're like any of those people
Charlie Kirk.
or Charlie Kirk. So now,
Side-eye means a magnum hate, right?
it has different translations. Some people reference that. Now, I may suggest, when you're comfortable, you're going to want people from Facebook to follow you because then you'll get new translators or new followers, I should say. No, no, followers, not translators.
Some of them will get translated.
Some of it will,
Some of them will get translated.
perhaps.
Some of them will take flight.
Live streaming now.
Right at that flight, you just on the stop the tour.
So, what do you want to talk about?
Well, we're talking about, I would like to see Kennedy. POTUS, regenerative agriculture, biology, promoting getting healthy and a natural way. And I like that he pointed out, he put out the numbers, or we call it the numbers, but how dwindling Jews and Christians are dwindling in all the Muslim countries. Nothing. And in Israel, it's growing. And, there's 20% Muslims that have the same rights. That have the same rights as any other Israeli. And there is no genocide. You see, it's from Zion, the border of Israel. And, I don't, what, to say Zion, to me, it evokes a question of whether Israel should exist or does exist. There's no question about it that it should exist and does exist. The question, are you a Zionist or not a Zionist? It doesn't really matter. God wants Israel there, and it's there, and it's not going anywhere. So it's a matter of being on the right side of history. That's two big reasons I'd like to see it president. So what do you think?
Oh, this is your stream, my man. You shout from the rooftops, whatever you want.
I think that's a good test.
Okay.
I think that's try to research what people are interested in and what we can do to repair the world. The broken, there's a lot of broken,
Pardon me.
society. Yeah. Account overview. Live streaming. Oh, templates. I got it.
Okay.
Live streaming.
Okay. Yeah, under live streaming. Okay. Now, under live streaming, click live streams.
Click
Live
stream.
live streaming.
It says under templates.
Not templates. Not templates. Not templates. I just wanted you to find templates. Go to live streaming. I just wanted you to find templates. Yeah. Click that.
Live streaming.
And do you see the video that you just made?
Video.
Do you see? Oh yeah, go to video. Yeah, video. You you should see the video that you just made.
On your phone?
No. Email to everybody.
If you want to archive it like that.
Yeah, 12 hours. 12 hours.
12 hours?
Yeah.
Of archive? What? Break?
Yeah, you do it 12 hours straight and it'll save for years. If you go longer than that, what'd you say?
On all the platforms. Are they called platforms?
Yeah, they're called platforms. Okay, so yeah, so I'll give you the breakdown. YouTube is up to 12 hours. You can do longer than 12 hours, but not everybody can view it. You have to then cut it up and edit yourself. So if you just do up to 12 hours, anybody can see it right away. On Rumble, you can do up to 24 hours. On Twitch, you can do up to 20 as well. So that means at least every 12 hours you want to stop it and restart it because you want it to be available to people on YouTube.
The price is so much.
Frankly, I wish it was longer. I wish they were all 24 hours. It would make my life a lot easier. Oh, it's giant. Okay, here's what you do. You're in this Discord, right? Go to the very top of this Discord. And do you see at the very top, it says, do you see it says Shalom? Okay, and then you see it says welcome,
Yeah,
and then you see it says rule,
yeah.
then you see it says announcements, and then there's a red circle and it says 24/7 YouTube streams. Do you see that? Okay, so you go and click on 24.
Top of the milk ship.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, because you know there's like a mothership, but nobody talks about a MILF ship, like a place of really hot older women. All right. So do you see
How
24?
old? How old are you?
I'm 40 years old.
40.
That's prime time MILF. That's prime time MILF age. All right. So do you see do you see there's a link in there?
I
And
remember when I was 40. I thought I was getting old. I got scared.
okay, do you
You're
see?
not old yet.
I understand that. Do you see 24/7 YouTube streams in there? Do you see there's a link?
Yeah.
Click that link.
He's trying to get married to a 30-year-old now.
One of these days, God willing.
I think that's the most impossible thing.
All right,
That's
just hold on.
okay.
Do you see the link in there?
Talk to Rabbi. Just call me that one.
Okay. Did you click it and did it open up YouTube?
It opened up YouTube. Yeah, you see, talk to Rabbi.
Yeah. Now look how many live streams I have. Count them.
But I want to hear one like you're doing a pasha or a sermon or
Yeah. So what I normally do is I just.
interview.
Oh, you want to hear interviews? I've got a lot of interviews. I just did a bunch of interviews this
No,
week.
what were you gonna say? What you normally do is what?
I just normally teach my Kabbalah class, and I don't normally stop the stream. I was, but it's just taking a while. But I have interviews
Yeah,
that.
I want to see a Kabbalah class.
Oh, well, okay, it's going to be within a 12-hour stream, which you probably don't want to see all of it right now. What you can do is type into uh, YouTube. So here's a class that I did on the Nephilim and the Anunnaki.
Yeah,
Okay, so you
that's very good.
yeah, it is very good. Okay, so type into YouTube. Um, it's called HILL, like Hill.
Does it matter if it's Hiram the Fifth? Okay, wait a minute. Does it matter if it's lowercase or
No, it doesn't.
H-I?
LL.
Yeah.
And just one moment.
Hill.
Yeah, Hill. And yeah, and then let me find it. I just did this last week, and then I did another one this week. So it's you can find 6 hours of my class. Now I teach on other things too. Like for instance, this week is the 79th anniversary of the Roswell crash. So I went into a deep dive on the Roswell crash and its history. So just one moment, because last week was on the Bible. So just one moment. Yeah.
That sounds very cool.
Yeah, it is good. Okay, so just one moment. Let me find the lady. I did an interview with a woman, and it was an open. They could ask me anything they wanted. So I took questions while live streaming, while teaching this class, and so they could ask me questions on the Nephilim and the fallen angels, and I go into Ezekiel's wheel, and so just
Connect Ezekiel's wheel with the Roswell.
I do talk about everything in the Hebrew Bible that is interpreted um, as alien technology, and a lot of people connect the.
Don't say that is, but say that could be interpreted.
I,
You know what
I
I mean? Because there are other interpretations.
absolutely, and I make that clear. I make that
There's Platonic, chariots of the gods.
absolutely, and I make that clear. Okay, so you want to type
I mean,
in.
I don't mean to say it like that. I mean, there are.
I got it. I got it. Okay,
God,
okay. So
that's true.
um,
I'm bad.
yeah. Okay, so just one moment, and okay, I found it. All right. Um, you want to type in. Let's see here. Uh, type in. Type into um, YouTube, enlarging the territory of Judaism in space.
Enlarging
Yes, enlarging.
space, the territory.
Yeah, enlarging space territory space.
Uh,
Yep, of Judaism.
Judaism.
Yeah, and if you just type that in, it'll it'll come up. So go to the second one down.
Ah,
Do you see the second one down? It looks like Mars, and there's a
yeah,
U. Do you see that one?
yeah.
Okay, so click that one, and you can hear me teaching.
Oh, a friend of mine was doing a thing, a radio network called Paranormal Soup Network.
Okay,
Are you familiar with it?
and how
It's
did
not
it
around, I
go?
don't think it's around anymore, but for a while they were interviewing, paranormal authors. I did some shows on there on natural health versus disease, natural medicine. We used to hang out on Skype a lot.
Of course, Skype was great technology.
Skype was good,
I agree.
better than Discord, I think. Adults, this is like the gamer kids.
I agree.
So I really tried it. I ended up coming on here when they shut Skype down. This looks very, very interesting. Looks good, and you get into the Kabbalah over here
Yep,
and the Nephilim.
yep. I get deep in the Nephilim. I go into Hebrew translations. I go in comparison. Check it out. I'm here with you. Just watch it. It's really good.
And global challenges. Became an Orthodox Jewish rabbi in 2021, a process traditionally known as smicha, or laying on of hands, following years of laments and immersive religious study and practice, daily synagogue attendance, extensive learning with multiple rabbis, Torah classes, additional Talmud study, and an ongoing study of Hebrew, Yiddish, Aramaic, Ladino, along with traditional Chavrusa, which is paired study learning. Rather than pursuing a traditional congregational or academic rabbinical career, I chose to develop an alternative model of pastoral outreach and public engagement through digital media. For nearly 5 years, I've maintained a 24/7, 365 multi-stream YouTube project that is dedicated to promoting world peace, transparency, and human connection. This initiative has been described as analogous to a real-life Truman Show or real-life Big Brother. It documents my daily life in an effort to encourage dialogue, understanding, and global community building. Through this project, I've created operating radio broadcast in the background of my writing to preserve and document the global news cycle in real time. In a previous era, the form of documentation, or this form of documentation, may have been taken the form of a diary, diary keeping, or journalism, but in the modern age, I use continuous video archiving to preserve both my personal experiences and historical events so that future generations may study them from a historical, biotheological, and technological perspective. My work explores how concepts associated with postmodern Orthodox Judaism can contribute to contemporary conversations surrounding technology, digital identity, ethics, artificial intelligence, and humanity's collective future. I frequently discuss futurism, world peace initiatives, emerging technologies, and sustainable solutions to global challenges. I also examine the long-term trajectory of human civilization, including ethical, social, and philosophical implications of humanity's potential transition toward a transhumanist future. My work seeks to foster interdisciplinary conversations that bridge religion, technology, data preservation, and humanity's shared future while encouraging thoughtful dialogue about building a more peaceful, sustainable, and interconnected world. And I do have a spiel that I give, really my breakdown of what I do. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream out 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined. I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm kind of king of the internet. My streams are the largest human time capsule in global history. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very.
Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
you said that in the future you wanted to do something connected to the universe.
You know, keep watching it. They're gonna ask me all kinds of religious questions. Keep watching it. I'm listening.
Yeah. But I'm going to put a record on. That's very. What do you feel about trade?
I talk about being a
whatever they want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you in your audience is that to prevent death indefinitely or delay death indefinitely, while for other types of technologies may be utilized, like revivification technology, but we can actually bring back people who have once died, which certainly would be an adaptation that wasn't previously utilized by Homo sapiens. And really, I think that the sky is the limit in terms of where we're moving into the future as humanity. So, with that, that's a little introduction about me. Travel opportunities, and then due to the and as a had to shift from going to work every day and commute within Southern California, uh, the daily grind to being able to work on camera and really it was I'd be able to be a transition over the course of a few months in 2021. I would softball.
What's going on, Tony?
Robbie?
Yes, what happened? Yeah, Tony just joined.
Robbie.
Let's just take one short break and let's see what's going on with Tony. What's up?
This girl is sketchy as fuck. This girl wants to meet her. I need to meet her mom, her father. Bro, I'm done, bro.
No. Meet her dad. Meet her parents. That's fine.
No. This is sketchy. I'm going home. Okay, bye. No, bro. No, fuck that.
Dude.
I don't get. Fuck that, bro. No. Down. End of the story.
Tony.
No. End of the story.
I mean, we like you.
Exactly. Did you actually get to meet her?
No, fuck that.
So you haven't even met her. You haven't even met her.
But you wouldn't get you to meet her parents.
No, I'm not.
The girl.
No, I am going home. No,
Tony, you made it 3 hours.
I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
It's a good sign.
No, fuck, no.
Why not?
No. because I never seen this girl in my fucking life.
Okay, so
I
you're
want to
just
see my. I want to.
so you just meet her.
Fuck that, bro. Fuck that. No, I'm going home. Bye. Bye.
Tony, don't leave.
I am leaving, and
Tony,
you
Tony,
are
Tony,
the.
Tony, Tony, listen to me. Then just tell her I don't want to meet your parents right now. I want to meet you. Let's go out to lunch.
I I sent it to her, and she said nothing. So I am going home.
Wait. So tell her.
Bye.
Wait. Before you go, Tony, listen to me. I understand. You sent that to her that I don't want to meet your parents. I just want to meet you or whatever. And you say to her, if that works for you, that's great. Let's go to lunch. We're going to lunch in a public place. If that's not okay with you, I just don't want to meet your whole family right now without meeting you. So is it possible that I could just meet you and not your whole family? But I get where her family's coming from. There's some random guy coming 3 hours to meet my daughter, and he could be anybody, and he could be catfishing me, and he could be lying to me. I want to make sure that he's a real deal. So I get where your family's coming from as well. And you would feel the same way, Tony. To see my daughter. Yeah, I'd want you to meet me. That's fine. That's how it normally would happen in a household. You'd go to the girl's house and you'd meet her father and he'd talk to you and make sure you're a good guy before he let you go out with his daughter. That's normal. That's not sketchy at all.
No.
Let's go to lunch like we had planned. I'd love to meet your family in the future, not on the first date. That's it. Tell her before you leave. Go call her and then come back here and tell us what happened. And if she says, no, you have to meet my family, then I understand. Then if you got to go, you got to go. I get it. Go call her.
Okay.
Go call her. Good job. things back in the day. If you want to take a girl out, you got to meet her dad. Exactly. Exactly. Watch any television show from the 1970s. Can meet you. Is an episode like of Situation Family. I yeah, I get that. In fact, especially as I was younger. Yes, sir. What happened, Tony? We're here for you.
So I'm going home.
Okay, wait. Families and all set up. 20 justified. Before my dad, really my father. It's just you talk about what life is. He'll let you serial killer, and that's just and is your first date that they're both very nervous. It's totally understandable, Tony. Go say hello. That they don't hurt you. They don't bite. You're not gonna look stupid. You're not on camera. You you should. Train, you go home. You try. That's what I'm saying. They're not gonna. And you had a 19 her facility after 1 month. Maybe if you live in the same town, maybe if you live in the same town and your families know each other or something like that, you know of each other. But right now they'd have a good time. They might even throw 20. Made it this far.
Go say hello to them.
Go say hello to them. Come on. We're here with you. We're well, and I mean to Tony's in Tony's defense. Tony, do you know where to meet them?
At the home at Shiva Dori.
Did she send you the address?
Yes.
Then go to her house. Go to her house. You can do that. This will be the biggest test of your life, and you can do it. So you text her and you say, "I'm on my way." You go to her house. You ring the doorbell. Her dad's gonna open the door. She'll open the door. You'll get to meet her. If you like her, you're gonna go and have the best lunch of your life. You're gonna come back and you're like, "I can't believe I did it. You don't understand, guys. I was so nervous. But I did it." You've got her address.
That's true. Okay, so start with Tony.
Tony, you can do this. We have confidence in you. I understand that you were scared though, because you should know we didn't expect this, but that's okay. So, so Tony, just text her and say, "I'm on. Just take an Uber to her house or whatever," and you ring the doorbell, and they'll be nice to you. They're not going to hurt you. But don't think that she's sketchy or anything like that. That's a normal thing. That's completely normal. In fact, they're being really nice. They're inviting you into their home. That's very kind. This is completely normal. Don't think this is strange. The one interesting thing is she should have told you beforehand. I'm gonna want your family's gonna want to meet you before you take me out. Is that okay with you? That's the one thing that I would have liked her to say to you, but that's okay. I've been in a position where I've been caught by surprise and I've met family, and you know what I do? I look them in the eye, I shake their hands, I tell them about myself, and I make it so that they're proud that someone as good as of a man as I am is willing to take out their daughter.
Okay, you know what? Okay, I am going there. I'm going to show you who is the man. Yeah.
Go get him, big dog. Go get him. We're here for you. If you need help, we're here for you. Let's go. Go do it.
Let's go.
Let's go. Go do it. Go do it, big dog. You got it. This is the best day of your life. Go do it.
It's not going to be the worst day, I'll tell you.
No, definitely not. Go get him, Tony.
In your head, just go say hello.
Go say hello. They're going to invite you in. You talk with the parents. Minutes. Then you take, especially because she's a little younger than you are. She's an adult, but she's a kid. Welcome. We have a new friend here. What is going on, Alex? How you living, Alex? Alex, we hope you're having a good day. All right, Tony. So how far away is their and you're going to say, that's better. And that's how you're going to be able to hold it. Absolutely. Okay, no walk. That's good. Susie, you have, and she's going to say, yeah, you're going to see through. What did you say, Big Dog? Okay. So you hang out in the house with her for a little while. You ask her if I ask your parents if you go on a nice little walk in a park and then give her a kiss. And there's nothing wrong with that. You've got it, man. I love the confidence that you have. You said, I'm going to be a man. I'm going to go do this. And you're doing it, my man. You're going to be so happy. For 3 hours later today on this train, you're going to say, I was going to quit. Rabbi, I was going to quit. You have no idea how close I was to quitting. And I didn't. And they were really nice to me. And she was really nice to me. And she's even prettier than she was on Instagram in real life. And she cared about me. And she looked me in the eye. And she was sweet. And she was gentle. And she was tidy after a little while. And I was able to do it. And don't forget to breathe. Breathing is very important. So if you have butterflies in your stomach, take deep breaths from the top of your lungs to the bottom of your lungs. Use all of your lung capacity, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
If I can do that, I can do it.
You're going to do this, my man. You're going to get it. You're going to get a full name, my friend.
Yeah.
What's your name mean?
Really? In Hebrew.
That's right. That's right. And you're going to look like a G because you know that. And you have some game. You have every okay. So you're about 5 minutes away, about 3 minutes away. Can you see her house?
Yeah.
You can see her house. Okay. Does she have a nice house?
Yeah, like green.
Like green. Okay, that's great. So her parents are, they take care of her and they make sure that she has a nice place to live. So that's good. You're doing it, my man. You're doing it. We've got you. We're here for you. They're not going to bite. They're not going to hurt you. They're as nervous as you are. Just remember that. Don't worry. You're the first guy to take out their daughter, probably. And you're coming from a different city. They just want to check to make sure you're an okay person.
Okay, here you go, okay. Okay. You know what? Okay, I will gonna talk to her.
Her dog, that's a big thing. She loves that you care about animals and you care about her animals.
Yeah. Okay.
And you love animals. Okay. You went to a pet store interview yesterday.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Remember, Michael Jordan in the 1997 and Game 6, baby. You got it. Keep breathing. You got it. Okay, you got it.
Okay.
You got it. You got it. You got it. Tony, you're doing it. You're the man.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Tony.
Yeah.
You got this.
Yeah.
You got this. No doubt. You got this.
Yeah.
You got this. You got this.
Yeah.
No doubt. You got this. You got this.
Yeah.
Can you see her house?
Yeah.
How far away are you?
But I can see her there.
Okay, you can wave. He's gonna be nice to you. When you meet him, look him in the eye when you shake his hand, and he'll be the key to any dad's heart. Okay. Shake his hi. You stand. You say hi. My name is Tony. Whatever. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's
go. Let's go. Make it
Let's
happen.
make this happen.
Okay. Go do it. Get it done. You got it. You got it. You gonna hurt you. They're gonna be nice to you. Not gonna be embarrassed. You're fine. You got this.
15 minutes. All right.
Okay. So you should probably get off the phone and go focus on him. You got this. We love you, big dog. You're gonna.
Sweet, huh?
It's very sweet. I don't know if he knows he's still on the call.
I know I am.
Okay.
I must.
All right. Can her dad see you?
They have little bit conversation, but I don't know. I'm so like he saying but he doesn't know why.
Okay. Go back up to him and say, "Hi, my name is Tony. Are you the father of Susanna?" And he's gonna say, "Yeah." And he's gonna say, "Susanna has asked me to come here to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. How are you?" Go back up to him. Go back up to him. Go back up to him and say, "Are you Susanna's dad?" And you're gonna say, "My name is Tony. I'm here to see Susanna. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." All right, Tony. How far away is he?
When I was like your age,
He was just girl 19. I was like, I'm 15 her
yeah,
mom.
Okay. Reverend Andrew. Reverend Andrew, be quiet. What's going on, Tony? Tony, go up to her dad and say, "Are you Susanna's father?" And he's going to say yes. And you're going to say, "My name is Tony, whatever. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm here to see Susanna." Okay, Tony?
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah.
how far away is he? You got it, my man. You already talked to him. You already talked to him. If that's him, you don't know for sure that's him. Make sure you have the right address. Are you sure you have the right address?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I hope so.
no, not I hope so. Look at the address. You can go up to that man and say, "Is this 1234 Main Street?" And he's going to say, "Yeah." And you're going to say, "Okay, whatever. Pleasure to meet you." Okay.
But like she said, she doesn't have a father right now. It's like so fucking complicated, bro. I will call you back, okay?
No, 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 Tony, Tony, just do this. Make sure you have the right address. Do you have what's the address? Just you don't have to say the whole thing. The thing. Or you
Don't want it anymore. She said, I'm going
when did she say that? Wait, what did?
to sleep, so it's done.
All right, it is what it is, Tony. You did really well.
Susanna. Alam niyo tadi, nagsara, tadi. Gusto mo kaya? Aja kumapag sa bro ko pa na ni tadi. Ah, ada. Biasa siya to report. Biasa siya to report. Waktu siya tadi moving. Give me wrong.
Okay, like purposefully.
I think so. Because if you show up yet, they are not fucking. They are not.
Okay, so that guy's never heard of Susanna.
Message.
you. You should have talked to her on the phone. We don't even know. Teacher, you gotta please talk to her on the phone, okay? Exit.
You didn't see her on a video?
No. He got excited that she wanted to meet and didn't talk to her on the phone or
I
what.
was thinking last night. I have bad feeling. And no, Tony, you must go and dish it.
Yeah, did. You became a man.
You gotta work on yourself and increase the likelihood, increase the chances.
And Tony, you're absolutely right that I said to do that. I Tony, just read me her Instagram. I'll type it in. Okay, send it to me in Discord.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad.
Don't feel bad. You did right. You did exactly what you needed to do. All right, Tony, tell me when you have sent it.
Yeah.
You sent it?
Right. I mean,
Rabbi, where is my video going? It's blinking when I turn it. The light is blinking. When I turn off the
It tells you that tells you your camera's on.
yeah, it's blinking on and off.
Okay, but you may not be. You're not transmitting necessarily. Wait a second. I thought.
yeah, she is.
Then why 22?
Okay, that bro, I don't know, bro. My brain is not working, so sorry.
No, you're okay. Hold on. And she has no posts?
Yes.
Oh, my man. My man. Go on home. Go on home. You did really well, though. Good job. Let's be happy that she didn't beat you up. Like, have a team of people who.
So So please, next time, if I say I'm gut feelings, tell me yes, you have gut feelings.
No, your gut
Okay.
feeling sucks. You did the right thing. You tried, and that's good. We're proud of you. And you think this girl is a 7? This girl's better looking than a 7.
Have you seen the girl? Can I see the girl? I see the girl.
Can I send it to him, Tony?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna, interfere.
No, she's a cute lady. She doesn't exist, but she's a cute lady. She has no posts. She's been
She
on
had like in like story.
she's been on Instagram for uh 11 years and no posts. Like, oh, Tony. That's okay, big dog.
So it is.
It is what it is, big dog. Guess what? We're really proud of you. And you overcame a lot. You went and you worked well. Good job.
Yeah.
So next time you just have to know. Next time you make sure that you meet with her on FaceTime, right?
Yeah.
Okay. No big deal. Tony, you're not you're you're you did it, man. I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
Tony. There's hurt with that. You did it. You did it. On yourself, all of your fears.
Me with shock. I'm like,
So did you explain to him, hey, I was supposed to meet a girl, and he was like, okay. So then he didn't think.
Maybe on the way home you meet somebody a little near you over there.
We understand. You're absolutely right. You
19. Don't you think so? You need to learn trade laws. A lot of drugs all over. I can meet somebody. I can meet somebody. Usually when you're doing something you're supposed to be doing, somebody tries to introduce you. But you never know because really the whole world's your other half. The other halves are moving away from us.
I got catfish.
It's okay, big dog. It happens.
Middle, doing something you're supposed to.
Tony, you did really well. Tony, you're okay. How far until you hit the um until you're at the subway or the
There,
okay. You're okay, big man.
You know what? We society aristocrats, but the Irish can't begin it to you. That's the country we in. God, how do they know what they're doing?
I don't know, big dog.
They don't know the Bible. They don't know God. How should they be? So you can't have a free society that doesn't self-destruct unless they know God.
that's true. That's true.
That's what people say. But this guy, he designed a lot of world-class churches and synagogues. He used natural growth. You combine that with, architecture, of course. But he was a really interesting guy because he was a philosopher, he was an architect for a living, but he applied his understanding of philosophy to the world. Combine like architecture with the natural world.
Tony, we're proud of you.
you go. Tell the girl that you came, how you doing, no, I met this girl, I met this girl, and, we're going to meet her. I don't know, he didn't really push that.
Tony, you did it, big dog.
She said, I'm weird. She doesn't want to see me.
Yeah, dude, that's a dude, and you're okay. Big deal. Block that person's number.
You met a girl, you went to go have a cup of coffee, meet her, and it turns out she's a guy.
Shit happens, man.
No, but find a pretty girl and sit next to her. Tell her that. Maybe she'll feel bad for you. She'll give you a kiss.
There you go. Listen to Reverend Andrew.
Okay,
All right, Tony, we're proud of you, my man. Good job, okay? Tony, we're proud of you, okay?
I had a rose.
Bye. Bye. There you go. All right, Reverend Andrew, you're a live streamer now. Today was an accomplishment for you as well, and you get to see my class. So I'm off to bed, my friend. You take care. Don't be a stranger. You're welcome, my friend. You're welcome. It's absolutely my pleasure. Take care. Night, night. Blessings to you as well. Hey, I'm always in here, my man. If you ever need me, you know how. All right. Take care, my friend. Peace. Shout out to Reverend Andrew, everyone. All right. Now we are going to listen to biography. All right, Ho Chi Minh. No, on Mao Zedong. Oh, poor Tony. Tony, if you see this someday, my friend, you did it. We're really proud of you. And there's nothing about which to be embarrassed of that.
History as Mao Zedong, or Chairman Mao, was born on the 26th of December 1893 in the village of Shaoshan, the province of Hunan, in southern China. His father was Mao Yichang, who had been raised in a family of poverty-stricken peasants. However, after serving in the Xiang army for a few years in his youth, Yichang had returned to his native region and began working as a farmer. He soon acquired enough money to become a lender in the district, and this, combined with his agricultural work, allowed him to become one of the more prosperous farmers in the Shaoshan area, eventually coming into possession of about 20 acres of land. Mao's mother was Wen Xinlei, a devout Buddhist who had a troubled upbringing. Her father was a poor shoemaker who drank heavily, and her mother had been his concubine. Mao's childhood was less than ideal. His father was a strict disciplinarian whose method of parenting primarily involved beating Mao and his three siblings if they did not do as they were told. Their mother tried to temper his outbursts, but with little effect. Young Mao developed an interest in his mother's Buddhism when he was younger. Louis became disenchanted with religion, and when he was just 8 years old, he was sent to the local primary school in Shaoshan. Just as the 20th century was dawning, his education there was a mixture of traditional Chinese learning centered on Confucianism, combined with the centuries-old values of the Far East, along with a sprinkling of influences from the encroaching Western world, which could not be avoided in China by the 1900s. Additionally, the young Mao developed an interest early on in history and politics. When he was 13 years old, his father arranged for him to be married to Luo Yixio, the 17-year-old daughter of another prosperous local farmer. But Mao demonstrated his rebellious streak at a young age and refused to honor the arranged marriage, causing something of a controversy in the Shaoshan area. And as a result of this disagreement, the teenage Mao temporarily left his father's farm, although he returned before very long. Mao was growing up at a time when China was experiencing momentous change. Like Korea and Japan to the east, China had first come into contact with European traders and religious missionaries in the 16th and early 17th centuries. And like then, the Chinese had quickly become wary of the newcomers and had respects with them to one or two ports in the southeast of the country, where a tiny amount of trade was conducted. It continued like this for nearly 2 centuries, with China remaining largely closed to a world which was modernizing without it. It remained highly conservative in its religious, social, and political values, changing little, and continuing to be ruled by an emperor and a close government of imperial officials and administrators, as it had been for centuries. But by the mid-19th century, China again, like Japan and Korea, could no longer prevent the Europeans, with their modern warships, guns, and industrial power, from interfering in their countries. With the Opium Wars of 1839 to 1842 and 1856 to 1860, Britain forced China to end its self-imposed isolation, following which China experienced a flood of European contact, and with it came not just British opium, but ideas about different types of government, new economic developments, and all manner of technological innovation. Perhaps the most striking and revolutionary of these new ideas, which arrived into China from the mid-19th century onwards, was the knowledge that the Europeans and the Americans were not ruled by powerful monarchs and emperors anymore. Many lived under republics governed by the people, and even where some of these countries still had emperors or empresses, such as Queen Victoria in Britain, she was essentially a figurehead, and it was Parliament that actually ruled the British Empire. Moreover, these democracies were not all alike. Some were very conservative, some were more liberal, and some had different degrees of economic development, and there were also competing ideas about how they should be reformed and developed, with some wanting the wealthy to hold a great amount of power, and others who believed that power and wealth should be distributed equally throughout society. And there were more extreme ideas again. One of these, developed in particular by the German political scientist Karl Marx in the mid-19th century, argued that all wealth and goods should be held in communal ownership. He called this communism. In early 20th century China, these ideas would soon lead to great change, as many began questioning why they were still ruled by the emperor of the nearly 300-year-old Qing dynasty. As Mao entered his teenage years, he was already reading about these political ideas. He was particularly interested in calls for a democracy to be established in China to replace the imperial government, and also the Republican writings of Sun Yat-sen, who had become a figurehead for the Republican movement within China. He would soon see these desires confirmed. Just as Mao was starting at a new school in Changsha, the country was entering into a period of rapid change. Regional famines had struck parts of China in the late 1900s and early 1910s, and this, combined with numerous regional uprisings throughout the country and growing calls for a more representative government, led to an army revolt in October 1911. At first, the imperial government of Emperor Pu Yi, who was just a 6-year-old child, tried to address the grievances of the dissenters, but it soon became apparent that a more drastic shift would be necessary. After weeks of negotiations, it was determined in February 1912 that the emperor would abdicate and a new Republic of China would be established, with the imperial officer Yuan Shikai serving as its first president of the national government. Thus, an empire which had been in existence for centuries had ended. It was, however, very unclear in the mid politics would now head. These were striking developments, and ones which Mao had not been entirely removed from. When the conflict erupted late in 1911, he had enlisted in the rebel army as an 18-year-old recruit. Now, in the spring of 1912, he simply returned to school, and it was around this time that he first started reading about the idea of socialism and communism as more radical forms of government. Yet he remained unconvinced that this was the best approach for China at that time. Meanwhile, his education continued. He determined at some point around 1913 that he would become a teacher, and so he enrolled in the first normal school of Hunan, widely regarded at the time as the best in the province. Here he became a popular and accomplished student, reading widely, being elected secretary of the Student Society, and eventually finishing as one of the highest-ranked students in the school. More pivotally, in terms of his later activities, Mao was increasingly exposed to the socialist ideas he had first encountered a few years earlier, and over time he began to find that he agreed more with what he read, particularly so as the environment of the first normal school was one of radical political thought, especially during China's first forays into representative government. In 1917, Mao moved to Peking, now Beijing, where one of his main influences at this time, Yang Ji, had taken a job at the Peking University as a library assistant, but he was increasingly moving in circles of individuals who favored socialism and communism or Marxism as a solution to China's political woes. Even with the establishment of the Republic in 1912, the country had continued to experience turbulence as conservative and liberal forces fought amongst each other, and regional warlords and power groups exercised quasi-regional independence throughout the country. Marxism appealed to many at this time because the Bolsheviks, a branch of Russian communism, had secured control of the Russian government in the autumn of 1917, just months after the fall of the autocratic Tsarist government there. Perhaps many thought communism was also suitable for China, which had just done away with its own fossilized autocratic imperial government. Mao was increasingly leaning towards that viewpoint in 19, an outlook which was completely experienced the bourgeois hostility of the Beijing upper and middle class towards a country boy like himself. It was in Beijing Mao's awakening as a political radical fully occurred. China was drifting ever further into political anarchy in the late 1910s as a buoyant nationalist movement led by Sun Yat-sen sought to rejuvenate the republic in its infancy, which the nationalists perceived as being governed by a weak, conservative regime. Thanks to the old imperial past, in parts it could exercise its authority, but in others it was little more than a government in name only. This instability was augmented when the Chinese government failed to secure the former German concession of Shandong and the Versailles peace negotiations in Paris following the end of the First World War. The nationalists considered it an affront to national pride when this piece of mainland China was instead granted to Japan, a nation which had been exercising its strength across East Asia since the late 19th century, modernized in a far more successful manner than China, and the Shandong controversy was a direct cause of a major student protest which occurred in Beijing on the 4th of May 1919. This was driven by a younger generation of political activists like Mao, who were tired of China's seeming impotence on the world stage and disordered internal politics. The movement would continue afterwards and lead indirectly to the Chinese Civil War many years later. The May 4th movement, the awakening of China's younger generations to radical politics, is generally seen as the origins of the Communist Party of China. The events of 1919 led many young Chinese people who were interested in politics to increasingly turn their backs on the Western liberals of Britain, France, and America who had betrayed them on Shandong, and increasingly to turn towards the Marxism and Leninism that was gradually winning the Russian Civil War and cementing its control over Russia. As we have seen, Mao was already interested in communism by 1919, but it was only in the months following the May 4th protests that he to it, and that summer he organized the time and into 1920 began to speak of the Army of the Red Flag and to the victories won by the communists in Russia. By the time that the Communist Party of China was formally established in the summer of 1921, Mao had proclaimed himself to be a communist, believing that the ideology Kuomintang, which would soon be led by a young Jack Mao, was one of the first of the Chinese communists to also both the communists and the nationalists simultaneously, and throughout this period, the Chinese peasantry throughout the country, and the strength in sheer they had if they were won over to the communist cause. This changed with the death of Sun Yat-sen in 1925. Chiang Kai-shek in 1926. Chiang determined to force the issue. Northern expedition, as it has become now loose lines, which the Chinese communists and the nationalists had been in since 1921. The faction, which wished to accommodate the communists, the party was suppressed major second countries with mountains on the border of the province. It was the beginning of a long period of guerrilla warfare, during which the Communist Party, with tacit aid from Russia, sought to disrupt nationalists in anticipation of mass urban revolts by workers throughout the country against the new government. These were often tough years by the nationalists in 19fighting China in 1930. The provincial Soviet government in Jiangxi province serving at it, and then China as a prefect of the province, by its it found itself in China in Manchuria, the movement in furore that is now. In September 19, the Chinese nationalists began the fifth encirclement of Mao and the communists in Jiangxi province. This effectively involved an enormous siege by the nationalists, and one which would large for the Red Army to repulse. Some ranges where goods and supplies were born of the bad times in history and this is all between the communists. This had already resulted in the invasion of Manchuria and the establishment in the early 1930s. But as the years went by, it had an even greater land grab in China. Accordingly, many within the nationalist movement believed it would be best to put aside their differences with the communists for the foreseeable future and form a coherent opposition to the impending Japanese attack. And for their part, Mao and his followers were encouraged to do the same by Moscow. Thus, during the course of 1935 and 1936, Mao's communists and Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists were once again drifting towards an alliance of convenience. The drive towards doing so was accelerated in July 1937 when the Japanese again invaded China and proceeded to militarily occupy many of the major cities along its eastern coast, massacring tens of thousands of Chinese civilians. In cities such as Nanjing, in the process, the Sino-Japanese War, Mao would become a constituent part of the Second World War in later years. By the end of 1937, the communists and the nationalists were formally allied with each other again after Chiang Kai-shek caved in to pressure to do so from within his own ranks. And Mao also married again around this time to Jiang Qin, an actress who would become his fourth and final wife, as an example of his growing ruthlessness. His former wife, He Zhenchen, was placed in a mental asylum. Meanwhile, the nature of the struggle against Japan, which would play out for the next several years, was beginning to become clear. The nationalists moved inland towards central China as the Japanese occupying the rich cities and farmland of the coastal regions of eastern China. Here, in the inland provinces, the nationalists and the communists would wage a war of attrition with the Japanese to the east for the next few years, and these were significant years in terms of the support Mao and the communists enjoyed in the course of the late 1930s and 1940s. Approximately 1,000 to nearly 500,000 fighters. Thus, the war with Japan was finally creating the kind of countrywide support for the Communist Party which Mao and the other leaders had failed to acquire in the late 1920s and early 1930s. Already by 1940, there were signs of Mao's communists being able to win considerable victories against the Japanese occupation forces. During a campaign which became known as the 100 Regiments Campaign in August 1940, the 400,000-strong Red Army moved against the Japanese in simultaneous attacks against 5 of the coastal provinces, attacks which resulted in the deaths of upwards of 20,000 Japanese troops, as well as a severe disruption to Japanese supply routes. Late 1941 and early 1942 brought setbacks, although the Japanese made a series of sweeping conquests across the Western Pacific, notably seizing Singapore and Burma from the British and the Philippines from the United States, following the declaration of war on the US in December. Had allies in the shape of the British logistical support being restored during the second grinding on throughout the first party. Chinese for many years cashless government in the late 1920s and early 1930s. As a consequence, they were better prepared for doing so against the Japanese, and as they won a series of victories against the Japanese, the Red Army became the more attractive option for Chinese people seeking to oppose the foreign occupation. Moreover, Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang seemed to many to simply be the Chinese manifestation of the right-wing movements which had brought Japan into China to begin with, and as the Chinese Communist Party, or CPC, expanded in size, Mao also consolidated his control. In 1943, he acquired the chairmanship of both the party secretariat and the Politburo of the party for the first time. It was also during these war years that he began affirming that Chinese communism would have a distinctly different shape than that which had developed in Russia. Beijing would be no puppet of Moscow in future years. The nature of the war against the Japanese changed from 1943 onwards, as Japan suffered a series of severe setbacks in its struggle against the United States, while its European allies, Germany and Italy, were also fighting an increasingly doomed war against Russia, Britain and the US. Once the Allies were victorious there, all their resources would be employed against the Empire of Japan. Consequently, in the final years of the war, thoughts once again turned to China's politics and who would hold power once the country had been freed from the Japanese. As early as 1940, there were serious cracks in the alliance between Mao's communists and Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists, and by 1942, open fighting between the two had broken out yet again as the Chinese Civil War resumed. It would fully erupt again following the end of the Pacific War on the 6th and 9th of August 1945. The United States dropped 2 atomic bombs on the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan. Simultaneously, the Soviet Union invaded Manchuria, which Japan had occupied all the way back in 1931. As a result, within weeks, the Empire of Japan had formally surrendered to the Allies. The Second World War was over, and the Chinese Civil War once more commenced between the nationalists and Mao's communists. far more advantageous position in 1945 than he had been 10 years earlier after the Long March. If the Long March had kept the Chinese Communist movement alive, then the Japanese invasion of China in 1937 and the 8 years of war with Japan allowed the Communists to strengthen their position immensely. In a curious twist of history, the Japanese invasion of China indirectly led to the Communists seizing power in the country. Early in 1946, Mao was handed an extra advantage when Stalin handed over Manchuria to the Chinese Communist Party. Yet it would take 3 years of further intense fighting between the Communists and the Nationalists before a breakthrough was made. In September 1948, the Communists secured full control of east-central China in the region south of Beijing, with the capture of Shandong province in the Huaihai campaign. Then, in the winter of 1948, Mao launched the Bingjing campaign against Chiang Kai-shek's forces in northern China. Over a 2-month campaign, over 500,000 nationalist troops were killed, captured, or wounded, and the north of the country was left in communist hands. With northern China largely secured by early 1949, Mao and the Red Army commanders took the decision that spring to drive south of the Yangtze River into the heartland of nationalist-held territory. This was done despite the efforts of the Soviet leader Joseph Stalin to encourage Mao to form a coalition government with the nationalists. Stalin did not want a rival for power amongst the communist leaders, but he would soon have one. On the 23rd of April 1949, the Red Army seized the nationalist capital of Nanjing. A series of further striking gains saw Chiang Kai-shek retreat south with his remaining supporters to Guangzhou by the autumn of 1949. Just weeks later, he and the remaining nationalists decided to make a strategic to the island of Fei as Taiwan. Here, the nationalists formed a government which they proclaimed as the continuation of the Republic of China, which had been established back in 1911. Meanwhile, back on the mainland, Mao had proclaimed the founding of the People's Republic of China on the 1st of October 1949. The Chinese Civil War between the Communists and the Nationalists was at an end after more than 20 years of conflict. Mao now entered office as the first chairman of the Central People's Government. The first measure to be taken was to tidy up the loose ends of the war. In the spring of 1950, the Red Army launched the campaign against the island of Hainan, the southeast coast of China. Within weeks, 1,000-strong national forces there were forced to surrender. The international community now expected that Mao would proceed with an invasion of Taiwan, and indeed, even the American government, a long-time supporter of Chiang Kai-shek and Kuomintang, had decided not to recognize his new regime in Taiwan in the belief that it would soon be defeated by Mao and the communists. But no invasion came, and despite numerous crises between the two sides, Taiwan remains self-governing to this day. And this period immediately after the conclusion of the Civil War also saw Mao head to Moscow in the winter of 1949 to 1950. Here, he secured large injections of Russian financial support for China, as well as technological advisors. Although the agreement came with a tacit admission by Mao of Stalin's primacy over the communist world, Mao would have to wait several years before he could attempt to go his own way. The post-war years in China saw the initiation of wide-ranging political, social, and economic reforms. Things initiated to track land out of the hands and landlords and into the hands of poorer peasants. While this reduced economic inequality, it was not without violence, and there were many instances of the former landlords being attacked or even murdered across China in the early 1950s. In tandem, a huge drive was initiated to crack down on opium production and consumption across the country, a habit which was partly a legacy of British meddling into the Chinese economy in the 19th century. In the 1950s, millions of opium addicts and habitual users were press-ganged into labor reform camps. They were joined in these by the hundreds of thousands of individuals who Mao's regime branded as counter-revolutionaries, many of them being former members of the Kuomintang. And Mao also launched the new People's Republic onto the world stage. out in the summer of 1950 between and an American back south. Massive Chinese aid ensured that the conflict ended in a stalemate 3 years later. It also led to a split of relations between Mao's new regime and the United States, one which involved a trade embargo which lasted for over 20 years. In the 1950s, Mao had formed a clear idea of how he believed communism should develop in China. It would be incorrect to assume that Mao Zedong was simply a powermonger who used community in China. Certainly he was a brutal autocrat, a fact which would become strikingly clear as his long chairmanship continued on into the 1960s and 1970s. But he had also read widely on Marxist-Leninist thought and had a vision for how communism would develop in China. In the early 1950s, that vision involved the industrial capacity of China's burgeoning cities of the East Coast and its great rivers, leading the country away from its reliance on agriculture. As Mao described it, the communists had come to power by the Red Army encircling the cities, occupied by the nationalists and the Japanese, and then absorbing the cities when they were strong enough. Now, the direct opposite was needed. China's cities would need to expand outward and bring the country closer to achieving communism as Marx had intended it. To that end, in 1953, the first five-year plan was initiated in China, in imitation of the five-year plans which the Soviet Union had begun employing in Russia in the 1920s. The first five-year plan of 1953 to 1957 was geared primarily towards reducing the reliance of the Chinese economy on agricultural output and moving towards becoming a global power through the creation of an industrial economy with Soviet financial support and expertise provided through Russian advisors. New factories were built across the country during the plan. Farms were collectivized across China and placed under state management, and billions of yuan were spent in total on completing 595 large and medium-sized infrastructural and economic projects, including railways, major roads, and new dams, often linking parts of China with each other in ways which had never been possible before. As a result, Chinese industrial productivity increased by 128%, and steel production alone jumped from 1.35 million tons in 1953 to over 5 million in 1957. Coal extraction doubled during the 5 years, while in agriculture, yields of grain and cotton rose by over 30% during the same time period. Overall, the first five-year plan under Mao was a tremendous success in pure economic terms, but in its success was sown the seeds of destruction, for a hubris now entered into Mao and his colleagues' thinking, a hubris which would be injected with catastrophic consequences into the second five-year plan, or as it is more commonly known, the Great Leap Forward. On the 22nd of May 1957, the Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev, who had succeeded Stalin on his death in 1953, delivered a speech at a regional meeting of Soviet representatives, in the course of which he proclaimed that it was his goal that the Soviet Union should catch up and overtake America in economic output by 1980. A few months later, in November 1957, at a gathering in Moscow of international communist leaders to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the October Revolution, which had brought the Soviets to power in 1917, he repeated his claim. Only now, he was even more ambitious. The Soviets would now eclipse the Americans within 15 years. Mao, who wished for China to rival the Soviet Union, and whose relationship with Khrushchev was more antagonistic than it had been with Stalin, began pondering this goal in the aftermath of the Soviet leader's speech. Not to be outdone, he quickly determined to make similar claims, and made it known that it was China's goal to catch up with Britain's economy within 15 years, and exceed the production of steel and other core industrial outputs. With this goal in mind, in 1958, the Chinese Communist Party initiated the second five-year plan, or what was soon referred to as the Great Leap Forward. For the country's economy, it would result in the most catastrophic famine the world has ever seen. Mao believed that the key indicators of how China's economy was progressing would be seen in grain and steel production. If these factories could be increased rapidly, it would show the Soviets in Moscow and the world in general that China was asserting itself on the world stage. Accordingly, all of the instruments of the state were deployed in 1958 to begin increasing the rate of grain and steel production by establishing new smelting factories and turning ever greater amounts of agricultural land over to grain production. Massive amounts of farmland were collectivized into giant state farms towards this end, and millions of workers were redeployed to different parts of the economy that they were trained for. Huge amounts of state funding were also given out to aid in the effort, and party officials were sent out into the countryside and the towns, charged with maximizing production. However, many of these initiatives were potentially hazardous to begin with, as the state was employing experimental farming methods in some instances, and in others was turning over land to grain production, which was more suited to other crops. In other instances, workers were being sent into steel factories with little or no training in what they were doing. It was an inauspicious beginning in 1958, but one which would get much worse over time. Despite these structural issues, there were some initial signs of progress. Steel and iron production did increase in the initial stages of the Great Leap Forward, perhaps by as much as 30 to 40% in 1958, but the mechanism whereby it was being increased would prove catastrophic in some instances. In their eagerness to show good results, local party cadres throughout the country were often resorting to unimaginably short-sighted and brutal tactics. The more cruel methods involved overworking their laborers in the factories to try to have larger amounts of steel produced. But within a few months, party officials throughout the country were also setting up what became known as backyard furnaces, the use of which Mao had actually encouraged. These were essentially makeshift steel furnaces, which were often set up in the yards of people's homes. The scrap metal was used to produce pig iron, which was almost totally useless. But the worst thing was that farming tools and other instruments which were needed for producing food throughout the country were often being thrown into these backyard furnaces and melted down so that local party officials could record higher outputs of alleged steel production in their areas. The result was a lack of basic tools for farming as the months went by. The effect of all this between 1958 and 1961 was catastrophic, with millions of farmers being press-ganged into working in factories in the cities and towns. There was not enough people available to produce food throughout China, in a country which was often on a subsistence food level anyway. Added to this was the practice of party officials destroying basic farming equipment to inflate the amount of steel they were producing in their areas. Furthermore, the party had begun trying to use experimental irrigation methods, which had rendered large amounts of farmland temporarily unusable in some areas. Given all this, it is unsurprising that even by the autumn of 1958, just months after the Great Leap Forward had started, there were major food shortages in some parts of the country, and this was further compounded by the fact that the government continued to export grain and other agricultural products in order to increase its revenue and also keep up the appearance that productivity was increasing. By late 1958, people in certain parts of the country were beginning to start foraging for wild foods in the countryside, and others were starving to death. This was just the beginning, though, and by 1959, grain production had fallen by roughly 15 to 20% in total across the country. There is considerable debate as to how much Mao knew about what was unfolding across China as a result of the Great Leap Forward. It is quite possible that in late 1958 and early 1959, he was unaware of the famine conditions, but evidence has been uncovered which suggests he knew by at least the late spring of 1959, and yet did not do enough to change course. By 1960, when he delegated control of certain parts of the Great Leap Forward program to others, the Central Party members were actively trying to prevent the worst, but by then, it was too late. The forces which were unleashed in 1958 and 1959 reverberated into 1960 and 1961, and famine struck China over each of these years with varying degrees of severity. There have been many different estimates of the number of people who died in recent years, as the opening of certain archives in China has allowed for more accurate assessments, but scholars are generally agreed that at least 25 million people died in the country, the population of which was approximately 660 million in 1958. Frank Dicotta, who studied the period in detail and who saw the Great Leap Forward as Mao's Great Famine, in the title of his study of these events, suggested the death toll was as many as 55 million people. Others were between 30 and 45 million, making this in terms of sheer numbers of deaths. The second five-year plan, advertised as the Great Leap Forward, came to an end in 1962. Curiously, it was relatively underreported internationally, as much of the information concerning it was transmitted through the Republic of China's government in Taiwan, or the British enclave of Hong Kong, and many foreign services believed they were exaggerating the extent of the suffering caused for political purposes. Internally, however, it had badly compromised Mao's leadership. On the 27th of April 1959, Mao's term as chairman of the People's Republic of China came to an end, although he retained his position as chairman of the Communist Party and of military affairs. He was succeeded by Liu Shaoqi, and by January 1962, the Great Leap Forward was being wound down. At this time, Liu made a speech at Waters Conference, in which he denounced Forward. It was a very thinly veiled public rebuke of Mao, the likes of which would have been unimaginable 5 years earlier. Nevertheless, while Mao had lost some of his authority for now, he was still very much in charge. He would, however, have to govern in a more collective fashion, with figures such as Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping, who had done much to recover the economic situation in the wake of the disastrous policies of the late 1950s. The 1960s also saw China increasingly isolated on the world stage. Tensions had been brewing between Mao and the Soviet President Khrushchev ever since the latter succeeded Stalin in the mid-1950s. Mao was particularly perturbed by Khrushchev's denunciation of Stalin's brutal authoritarianism and more moderate stance towards the Western powers. He also found himself increasingly at loggerheads with Moscow about the two regimes' interpretation of orthodox Marxism. Relations were bad by the late 1950s, but they became particularly acute in the early 1960s, especially once the Cuban Missile Crisis inspired Khrushchev to begin working more closely with the US government of John F. Kennedy to defuse the Cold War in ways which Mao opposed. A sign of the split was seen in 1961 when Mao denounced the Soviet regime as revisionist traitors. For his part, Khrushchev was increasingly wary of Mao's attitude towards the possibility of a nuclear war with the West. Mao once worryingly suggested that if 300 million Chinese people died in a nuclear war, the other half would still be alive to secure victory. And so, the Russian leader must have been concerned in 1964 when the Chinese successfully tested their first nuclear bomb. But by then, the Sino-Soviet split was complete. While much is known about the political life of the man who oversaw this split with Russia and the catastrophes of the Great Leap Forward, the more private Mao remains something of an enigma. His fourth marriage, that to Jiang Qing in 1938, lasted for the remainder of his life, though Mao engaged in a string of extramarital affairs, including, most controversially, in his later life, with a private secretary. When she first entered Mao's employ, and with others, during the long Civil War years, he spent much of his private time writing and was a prolific composer of political writings and poems, while his reading habits tended to favor traditional Chinese literature. Temperament, he would become a press genuinely unhinged lifestyle. What has today become known as simply the Cultural Revolution, but the full name of which was the Cultural Revolution, launched a social movement which aimed at Chinese society and of Chinese traditionalism and the capitalist and bourgeois elements within it. Methods of bourgeois bureaucracy had developed within the Chinese Communist Party that was leading in the wrong direction. This, along with communist groups such as those who were in power in Russia, needed to combat and develop, in particular, China the war, and who had never bombarded the head bourgeois and invigorate this movement. There has been a widespread debate as to motivations for launching the Cultural Revolution were. Some argued that he genuinely believed that the Chinese administration which operated under it, the Cultural Revolution, primarily conceived as a way for the German to resuscitate control Communist Party status act of the Great Leap Forward was felt across the country. Now, Mao would eliminate those who had dared to cross in the most brutal purges within the Chinese Communist Party. The result would be people against each other, failed to act, gangs, sexual officials, bourgeois clothing, attacked by gangs, truly incident or driven to commit soap the flames, way the monsters and demons. By now, students in classrooms and on college, the four old years, Old Kelly gangs of teenagers wearing red armbands roaming the street was so visceral and rarest. Soon the initial student-led violence spread to other groups, and factory workers and labourers on collectivised farms began the party of his opponents. By the children of supposed middle-class bourgeois urban Little Red Book, a collection of his sayings and writings, which became central to the concept of Maoism in China around this time. The violence continued unabated through the late 1960s, but by 1971, even Mao was aware of the need to scale things back, and though the Cultural Revolution was deemed by some to have only ended with Mao's death in 1976, the worst of the unrest subsided in the early 1970s. As with the enormous famine created by the Great Leap Forward, died as a result of the Cultural Revolution. About 50,000 lives were lost tragically in what happens during the Korean War. And, however, both sides were cautiously investigating the possibility of re-establishing diplomatic presidential entered office. Negotiations commenced in 1971. Nixon's National Security Advisor Henry went on a secret diplomatic mission to Beijing, and this was followed in February 1972 by an official state visit in China by Nixon, during the course of which he met Mao, the first meeting between a Chinese and American head of state since the Second World War, which has grown ever greater in importance since, and which is now regarded by many as the most significant international relationship between two states in the world. Despite the veneer of normality which was lent to U.S.-Chinese relations by the official state visit of Nixon in 1972, at home, the Chinese government continued to operate in an extreme fashion. By the time Nixon came into years of chain smoking, he was suffering from numerous physical ailments. It was due to this and the cult of personality which he had built up around himself that he allowed a number of senior Communist Party members to become immensely influential in China in his final years. These were known as the Gang of Four, which consisted of Mao's wife, Jiang Qing, Jiang Chunqiao, an ultra-Maoist writer who had come to prominence during the 1960s for his denunciation of bourgeois elements within Chinese society, like of Chunqiao's Yao Yuan and Wang Hongwen, a Yao who had risen from within the Shanghai branch of the Chinese Communist Party to become one of its highest-ranking figures during the Cultural Revolution. The Gang of Four had done much to promote the worst excesses of the Cultural Revolution between 1966 and 1971, but even after the most extreme period of the purges ended in the late 1960s, their influence over Mao's government continued. The last years of Mao's life and his primacy in the politics of China are hard to characterize, as competing forces were at work in the halls of power in Beijing. Certainly, Mao remained wedded to the idea of clinging to power until the very end. As a result, he continued to allow the Gang of Four and their supporters to hold considerable influence in the country. However, separately, there was a growing clique of individuals who coalesced around other older stalwarts of the party, such as the former head of the Red Army and Premier Zhou Enlai, and the former General Secretary of the party, Deng Xiaoping, who wished to break from some of the more traditional ideological values of the party espoused by Mao and introduce a greater degree of professionalism into the running of the government and the economy. There was also much bitterness within the party establishment at the damage wrought by the Cultural Revolution, as the individuals who had fought the Japanese and the nationalists in the 1930s and 1940s had often been purged from the party in the late 1960s, only to be gradually rehabilitated in the 1970s. Acrimony between all these groups characterized the politics of China in the final years of Mao's life, and it was he himself who was largely responsible for creating this situation. Heart and lung ailments, the latter aggravated considerably by his chain smoking, while there were unconfirmed rumors of a considerable reliance on sleeping pills which had developed over the years. On the 27th of May 1976, he met the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Zulfikar Ali Cuba's Castro Galicia bid into the to crush a second war of 1895. Previous independence movements in Cuba, this one remained in 1966 jobs in the 1900s and 1910s. He worked as a laborer for the American United Fruit Company, and by the 1920s, he had established his own agricultural business, hiring out men to work for the sugar plantations. At one point, he had over 300 employees and strong business connections with American companies in Cuba. Thus, Fidel was born into a relatively affluent family. In 1911, Angel Castro married Maria Argote Reyes, and the couple had 5 children. After the collapse of this marriage, Angel went on to have 7 more children, with Lina Cruz Gonzalez, a farm servant who became his mistress and later his second wife. They included Fidel and his younger brother Raul, who would become his closest political ally throughout his life. To wedlock at a time when there was still a very considerable stigma surrounding illegitimacy, Angel Castro had Fidel raised using his mother's surname, and amongst the children of sugar plantation workers, many of these were Haitian and other Caribbean workers who lived difficult, poverty-stricken lives. Fidel's later views on the role of American business on the island's economy and workers might well have been substantially shaped by his experiences living amongst his father's workers during his youth. When he just 6 years of age, Fidel and his elder brother were sent to Santiago de Cuba to begin their education. Here they lived in poor conditions with a tutor who could barely afford the bare necessities. Curiously, for an island where Roman Catholicism predominated, Castro was not baptized until he was 8 years old in 1934. This seems to have been for the purpose of ensuring that he could attend the La Salle boarding school. He was then sent to the privately funded Jesuit-run Dolores School in Santiago, and then on to El Colegio de Belén in Havana. Despite having an interest in history and geography, Fidel never excelled academically, but he was in 1903 and 1944. He was named Havana's most outstanding sportsman of his age, excelling in baseball, basketball, the high jump, and middle distance running. Castro was growing up during a period when Cuban society was in chaos. In the decades which followed the country's War of Independence in 1898, the island experienced profound political instability and poor economic development. The country's political system was highly corrupt, with the republic's politicians from the very top downwards engaging in rampant bribery and corrupt activity. Much of this was driven by American business interests controlling large parts of the Cuban economy, and the island had also become a haven for the Italian mafia and other criminal organizations based in America to operate in. Meanwhile, the economy of the country remained underdeveloped and based on resource exploitation of basic goods such as bananas, coffee, and above all, sugar. The net result of this was that a small elite profited massively, while ordinary Cubans remained trapped in desperate poverty. Then, in the 1930s, the Cuban military increasingly began to intervene in the country's politics. So, called Revolt of Sergeants in 1933. As a result of the Sergeant Fulton role turned into the fray, consequent 45 city event to manage student politics and the elites which ran the country. It was a highly contentious time on the campuses of the island nation's universities, where armed gangs were common and engaged in widespread criminal behavior, a reflection of the wider breakdown of law and order across Cuban society. At this time, Castro's anti-American stance first manifested itself when he joined the Committee for the Independence of Puerto Rico, a body which had been set up to advocate for the neighboring Caribbean island to be given its independence from the United States. Puerto Rico had effectively become an American colony following the Spanish-American War of 1898, but it was never given statehood status, a situation which persists to the present day. Castro and his fellow student agitators in Havana were opposed to this situation continuing and viewed it as a symptom of America's continuing strategy to dominate the Americas and oppress the states of the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. It was also during these years in Havana that Castro first earned a reputation within wider Cuban society for his dissident actions. In the winter of 1946, he appeared in the pages of several newspapers, following his criticisms of the government and its corruption and violence. He subsequently developed extensive connections with numerous left-wing political groups within the country, notably the Unión Insurreccional Revolucionaria or Insurrectional Revolutionary Union. At the time, police suspected him of the murder of a rival student leader, although nothing was ever proven, and whilst he regained a reputation for powerful oratory, he never became a prominent student leader himself, and on several occasions he was defeated in campus elections. In the summer of 1947, Castro left university briefly to join a campaign to overthrow the right-wing government of Rafael Trujillo in the Dominican Republic. Trujillo, like Batista in Cuba, was a military governor who was supported by the United States. In late July of that year, Castro was one of the leaders of a band of about 1,200 rebels who set off from Cuba for the Dominican Republic with the goal of overthrowing Trujillo. The effort, though, was quickly snuffed out by a combination of US, Cuban, and Dominican forces. Many were arrested, although Fidel escaped after he reputedly jumped overboard from the ship he was on into shark-infested waters carrying a gun above his head. This event is noteworthy for being the first occasion on which the future Cuban leader engaged in direct armed rebellion in the Caribbean. Following the abortive expedition to the Dominican Republic, Castro entered into a period in which his revolutionary activities expanded. He was increasingly prominent within student protest circles against the government in Havana, while during the course of 1948, he undertook a number of trips to Panama, Venezuela, and Colombia to meet with left-wing revolutionary groups there. In particular, in the capital of Colombia, Bogota, in the late spring of 1948, he was central to efforts to set up a Pan-American Students' Conference, which would act in opposition to right-wing governments across Latin America. Meanwhile, back in Cuba, later that year, he married Mirta Diaz-Balart, a philosophy student. It was regarded as an unlikely union, as Balart came from a prominent Cuban family, which had extensive connections with the country's political elites, the very individuals and groupings whom Castro was increasingly appearing to be an outright opponent of. The couple even received extensive gifts on their wedding day from some individuals whom Castro had protested against, and they honeymooned in the United States. Despite these curious contradictions, the marriage lasted for 7 years, and Fidel and Mirta had a son called Fidelito before divorcing in 1955. In the early 1950s, Castro established a law firm with two associates named Jorge Azpiazu and Rafael Resende. However, these were fellow leftists, and in reality, the firm was engaged in pro bono work to defend workers who had been mistreated or dismissed from their employment. Moreover, Castro was developing his knowledge of leftist thought during these years, reading widely the works of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, the two pioneers of communism, and other more recent political thinkers such as Vladimir Lenin and Leon Trotsky. At this stage, Castro was leaning towards changing Cuba from within, and in 1952, he stood for election to the Cuban Congress in the national elections as a member of the Partido del Pueblo Cubano, Ortodoxos Party, a Cuban catch-all left-wing populist party funded by Eduardo Chipas in 1947. This was actually the beginning of the end of Castro's peaceful approach to changing Cuban politics. In the same year, 1952, Fulgencio Batista returned to the political scene in Cuba, and within months had established a new military dictatorship in the island nation. Following a brief military coup, he would henceforth rule Cuba as a one-party military dictatorship with the backing of America. Castro now set out on a path to overthrow the Batista regime through violent means. Within weeks of the return of Batista to power in Cuba, Castro was working on a new revolutionary project which he and his followers, such as his younger brother Raul Castro, called the movement. Their first action came within months and was a significant moment in the Cuban Revolution. On On the 26th of July 1953, Castro and around 100 others attacked a Cuban army barracks at Moncado in Santiago de Cuba. The attack was a complete failure. Nearly half of the militants were killed by the 400-strong man garrison, and most of the remainder were taken captive, with just a few escaping altogether. Fidel was amongst those who were captured, and he was subsequently sentenced to 15 years in prison for leading an insurrection against the state. During his trial, he delivered a lengthy defense in what would become his most famous speech, La Historia me absolverá, in which he attacked Batista's regime and outlined his own political and economic ideas. Castro served his sentence on the island of Pinos, the second largest island in the Cuban archipelago. While in captivity, he rebranded the movement as the 26th of July, in honor of the date on which the attack on Moncado Barrett had been carried out. Despite being incendiary behavior, Batista took the decision to release Castro from prison in the summer of 1955. After having served less than 2 years of his sentence, it was a decision the dictator would soon come to regret. After his release in 1955, Castro was exiled to Mexico City, where he and his brother Raúl began organizing action against Batista. Here they met a fellow Latin American revolutionary, an Argentinian medical doctor by the name of Ernesto Guevara, more widely known by his nickname Che Guevara. Guevara had traveled through South America during his youth and had been radicalized by the appalling poverty which he had witnessed there, poverty which he attributed to American neo-imperialism. In the months that followed, the Castros, Guevara, and their followers trained and planned in Mexico for their return to Cuba. Thus it was that in the summer of 1956, Castro and just over 80 followers left Mexico on board a large yacht called the Granma, said to have been named after a previous owner's grandmother. After a series of misadventures, they ran aground at Playa Las Coloradas, close to Los Cayuelos in Cuba, and were attacked by Batista's forces, who drove them into hiding in the Sierra Maestra Mountains. Only 19 of the original party survived at this point. It was an inauspicious beginning to their armed rebellion, but what in the months and years that followed. From their relatively safe position within the Sierra Maestra Mountains, Fidel and his followers now launched a guerrilla war against Batista's regime, organizing bombing campaigns against government forces. Their numbers soon expanded, with more and more individuals joining the insurrectionists in the mountains. Attacks were undertaken against government barracks to obtain additional weapons and explosives, and by 1957, Castro was leading a small army in the rural regions of soon. Further militant groups were desired to overthrow Batista's regime. As a consequence of all this, by 1958, Batista's forces were under increasing pressure from the revolutionaries. By the summer, the conflict began to tip in favor of Castro and the 26th of July movement, as many of Batista's own soldiers began to desert their posts, appalled at the crimes against civilians, which they were being ordered to carry out in order to combat the revolutionaries. Eventually, on the 31st of December 1958, Batista resigned and fled the country for the Dominican Republic, bringing with him $300 million in stolen money. On the 2nd of January 1959, Castro's forces occupied Moncado Barracks in a symbolic act, and 6 days later, on the 8th of January, they entered Havana. The Cuban Revolution, despite its inauspicious beginnings just over 2 years earlier, was victorious. Castro did not immediately seize power himself. Instead, a moderate lawyer, Manuel Urrutia Lleó, was proclaimed as the president of the country in a provisional government. However, Castro and his followers dominated the cabinet of this new interim regime. Fidel's military power was formal acknowledgement as representative of the Guarani Parliament, and given Castro's influence over Urrutia, the leader of the 26th of July movement was the de facto power within the country following Batista's overthrow. Within weeks, the situation became clearer as the Prime Minister José Miró Cardona resigned and went into exile in the United States. office negotiations were underway between Moscow and Havana as Castro sought greater trade and military ties with the Soviet Union and the countries within its communist bloc. Then, in December 1961, Castro publicly affirmed that he was a communist, essentially throwing his country into the Soviet camp. In response, the Kennedy administration promoted the idea that the Organization of American States should expel Cuba. A showdown appeared imminent. The Bay of Pigs was just the first act in a much more volatile situation which was developing Cuba in the course of 1962. The infamous Cuban Missile Crisis. The crisis is broadly understood to have been the point at which the Cold War came closest to evolving into a full-blown nuclear conflict. The Bay of Pigs in the spring of 1961 had quickly led Castro to become closer to the Soviet Union. It was increasingly believed after the events of 1961 that a new American attack or plot would eventually materialize. Photographed a site on the island where Russian SS fought Cuba. This was the beginning of the so-called 13 days of what has Kiev striking every major American city on the east coast in minutes or hours. In the course of this initial meeting, Kennedy was advised by several individuals to immediately move to directly bomb the missile sites in Cuba and to perhaps then commence a direct invasion of the island to overthrow Castro's regime and ensure that no further threats of this nature would be directed against America. However, Kennedy opted for a less aggressive action, but one which nevertheless opened a period of intense political crisis in the days that followed. The crisis, which now developed, largely played out between Washington and Moscow, despite the fact that the nuclear warheads causing the crisis were located on Cuban soil. The get that was playing out here was that Russia, with extensive financial and military aid in return for Castro's regime, allowing the Soviets to locate their missiles on Cuban soil. It should be noted that the Soviets viewed this as a strategically acceptable thing to do. By 1962, the United States had had its own ballistic weapons and then nuclear weapons stationed for many years in regions which were just as geographically close to Russia as Cuba was to the United States, notably on the Soviet Union's southern border. Khrushchev and the principals of the Soviet government in Moscow believed that they could install nuclear weapons in Cuba in a similar way to which the US had earlier stationed them in Turkey. After all, if the United States had their warheads trained on Moscow and other Soviet cities from close by, then why should Russia not do the same? But if this was their rationale, they were soon to be proved wrong, although in a way which would serve Russian ends in the long run. The crisis deepened in the days that followed the initial meeting, the 16th of October. On the 22nd of October, after initial diplomatic exchanges failed, Kennedy's government ordered what was referred to as a quarantine of any shipping entering or leaving Cuba. The word blockade was avoided, as under certain legal definitions, this would have constituted a declaration of war with Castro's Cuba. American planes and ships were quickly dispatched to the Western Caribbean to monitor all ships attempting to enter Cuba and to assess whether their contents included war material. That evening, Kennedy delivered a live televised address to the nation in which he affirmed that any attack initiated against any country in the Western Hemisphere from Cuba would be considered as an attack on the United States by the Soviet Union. He then explained that the purpose of the quarantine, which had just been introduced, was to ensure that no further Russian military hardware arrived in Cuba. However, Kennedy maintained that the purpose of the quarantine was not to shut off all goods entering the country in the same manner in which the Russians had cut off all supplies by land into West Berlin during the Berlin blockade of 1948. The next step now lay with the wider international community and Khrushchev's government in Russia. In the days that followed, the crisis deepened as America's allies and willingness to come to their respective allies if the crisis developed into an outright war. Signs were that they still act at the crisis. Thus, on the 24th of October, and during the hours which followed, the world stood perhaps as close to the outbreak of a nuclear war as it ever has, all caused by the installation of the nuclear ballistic missiles in Castro's Cuba. In the hours that followed, the US requested a meeting of the United Nations Security Council, while also sending hundreds of bomber planes, including nearly 2 dozen B-52 bombers carrying nuclear warheads, which were put into the air around Cuba and also near Soviet airspace. The world stood on the brink of nuclear war. The 25th, 26th, and 27th of October witnessed the most intense period of the Cuban Missile Crisis. As diplomatic negotiations continued between Russia and the United States, ships heading to Cuba continued to be checked for nuclear warheads by the American quarantine. Negotiations did open between Moscow and Washington on the 26th, but these were nearly compromised by the shooting down of an American plane by a surface-to-air missile launched from Cuba. Khrushchev subsequently stated that this attack had been ordered by Fidel's brother Raul, rather than being a directive of the Soviet Union. In Washington, a decision was now taken to invade Cuba if another plane was shot down, but cooler heads prevailed. By the end of the 27th of October, negotiations were advanced for the Russians to withdraw their missiles and cease developing the launch sites in Cuba in return for Kennedy's government removing its own nuclear warheads from Turkey. Additionally, Kennedy wrote to Khrushchev stating that the US government would respect the sovereignty of Cuba henceforth and not attempt another intervention, such as had been attempted with the invasion of the Bay of Pigs. This arrangement was enough that both the US and the Soviet Union could save face, and Cuba's independence would henceforth be preserved. Thus, the Cuban Missile Crisis came to an end after 13 days on the 29th of October 1962. In the aftermath of the crisis, an arrangement was reached to establish better communications between the US government and the Soviet regime in Moscow. The Cold War also gradually entered a period of de-escalation, one which saw tensions reduced gradually through the 1960s and especially in the 1970s, before a fresh escalation in the 1980s. For Fidel's Cuba, the impact of all this was that the island nation would not be directly interfered with by the United States again. Castro continued to move the country closer within Russia's sphere of influence within the Cold War during the early 1960s, visiting Moscow and several other Soviet cities in 1963. As a result of this state visit, he initiated a number of reforms of Cuban society and its economy and politics in the years that followed, which mirrored those which prevailed throughout the Soviet Union. Thus, Cuba would continue to act as an antagonistic country opposed to the United States on its doorstep. Meanwhile, America, for its part, while never again interfering directly in Cuban affairs, continued to impose wide-ranging economic, diplomatic, and trade sanctions against Castro's regime and Cuba, ones which would have considerable implications for the country's economy in the years and decades ahead. The subsequent period of Cuba's development under Fidel's rule brought mixed and ambiguous results, owing to a combination of factors, some of which were associated with the American economic sanctions imposed on the island, and some of which were the result of poor economic planning by Castro's government itself. The country entered into a major economic decline in the 1960s. Much of the country's economy continued to be reliant on the sugar industry, much as that of the wider Caribbean had been since the 17th century. But other developing industries, such as the casino and tourist sector, which had been growing in the pre-revolution period, now declined exponentially. As a result, the country was increasingly reliant on subsidies from the Soviet Union throughout the 1960s, which at one stage amounted to nearly 40% of Cuba's GDP. However, thereafter, things improved. While the state was the main player, the Cuban economy nevertheless improved considerably in the 1970s and the 1980s, even during periods of general international economic stagnation. But, as we will see, the decline of the Soviet Union in the 1980s and the eventual end of the Cold War ushered in a renewed period of economic difficulties for the Cuban economy in the late 20th century. One of the most significant achievements of the Castro regime would surely be the healthcare system, which was built up in the decades under Fidel's rule. Cuba's healthcare system was already one of the most successful in Latin America prior to the Cuban Revolution, but these successes were expanded from the 1960s onwards. Universal healthcare became free and equally accessible to all Cuban people under the Castro regime. Significant investment commenced in the 1960s in response to an exodus of Cuban doctors to the United States in the early years of the regime. The government's commitment to the healthcare system was also underpinned specifically in Article 50 of the Cuban Constitution, issued in 1976. As a consequence, the ratio of doctors to patients in the country increased from a low of 9.2 doctors for every 10,000 individuals in 1958 to a high of nearly 60 doctors for every 10,000 citizens in 1999. As a result, Cuba has a lower rate of infant mortality than the United States, and life expectancy at birth is 79 years of age. The country was also highly successful in the 1990s and 2000s in eliminating and reducing the spread of HIV, and has developed numerous innovative medical interventions in recent decades ahead of the more developed Western world, notably a groundbreaking lung cancer vaccine. The country's education system similarly flourished during Fidel Castro's time as ruler of the country. All educational institutions were brought under state ownership and management following the revolution. The education system was, along with the healthcare system, made a priority by the administration, invested in heavily. In recent decades, the Castro regime spent as much as roughly twice the amount spent by neighboring developed countries on average. Immediately after the revolution, a campaign was undertaken to eradicate illiteracy in the country. By 2000, over 97% of Cubans in their young adult years were literate. Moreover, a study in 1998 by UNESCO found that Cuban students had a considerably higher level of education than their contemporaries in much of the developed world. This extended to third-level institutions such as the University of Havana, which were also nationalized in 1961. Additionally, the country was highly progressive in how it has facilitated equal access for women to higher education as well as men. Perhaps the foremost indication of the success of both this education system and the Castro regime's healthcare policy is that institutions such as the University of Havana have become attractive ones, which Cuba had become the theater of the Cold War in the years immediately following the Cuban Revolution. In the 1970s, Castro moved the country to a more neutral stance in global conflict between the United States and its allies in NATO and the Soviet Union. This focused on the non-aligned movement, a forum or informal union of developing nation-states, which had emerged in the 1950s as an alternative to siding with either of the two major power blocs in the Cold War. The driving force behind the non-aligned had initially been India under its Prime Minister Nehru and Communist Yugoslavia under Josip Tito. At first, Castro's appearance at the fourth summit of the non-aligned movement in Algeria in 1973 and aroused criticism from nation-states who believed that Cuba was too closely associated with Moscow. However, in the years that followed, Castro managed to pull Cuba away from Russia politically, and in the late 1970s, he served as president of the Non-Aligned Movement. Economic practicalities and the continuing sanctions imposed on the country by the United States ensured that the Soviet Union remained Cuba's major trading partner. But under Castro in the 1970s, the country pulled back dramatically from the front lines of the Cold War. Castro's decision to reduce its partisan ties with the Soviet Union was not based on a general unwillingness to engage in foreign wars. Indeed, the 1970s saw Cuba become a major actor in numerous international conflicts in Latin America and Africa, particularly the latter. Castro had always been influenced by Che Guevara in his belief that Cuba was just one actor in a wider effort at international revolution. Thus, from its earliest days, the Cuban government under Castro had provided support to numerous left-wing and revolutionary movements throughout the Southern Hemisphere. Additionally, in the 1960s, Guevara, with Castro's approval, had set up a guerrilla movement known as the Andean Project, with the goal of fomenting left-wing revolutions in Peru, Bolivia, and Argentina. This particular scheme was abandoned when Guevara was captured and killed by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency in Bolivia in October 1967. Despite this setback, which came as a strong blow to Fidel on both a political and a personal level, Castro continued to act as a supporter of revolutionary movements in the years that followed throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. In the 1970s, it was Africa where Castro became most active on the world stage and in his support for other revolutions. In the mid-1960s, he and Guevara had supported rebels in the Congo against an American-backed regime. This strategy was expanded in the 1970s, with Castro referring at the time to Africa as the weakest link in the imperialist chain. Consequently, in 1975, hundreds of military advisors were sent to Angola in southwest Africa, where a civil war had just broken out following the country's independence from Portugal. Castro's advisors were sent to aid the Communist People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola against the Western-backed National Union for the Total Independence of Angola. It was the start of an enormous role which Cuba played in a bloody Angolan civil war, which would drag on in one shape or another for 27 years. By 1991, over 370,000 Cuban military troops and a further 50,000 Cuban civilians had served in Angola as doctors, nurses, and in other roles. This means that nearly 5% of the Cuban population served in Angola in some capacity during the first 15 years of the civil war there. Nor was this the only front in which Cuba fought in Africa at the time. Fidel Castro also involved the nation in civil wars and revolutionary engagements in countries such as Madagascar in the late 1970s. Despite the country's increasing role in fomenting and supporting revolutionary movements across Africa in the 1970s, Cuba's relationship with the United States and its allies occurred as a coalition of leaders, including President Luis Echeverria of Mexico, Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau of Canada, and the U.S. President Jimmy Carter, combined to offer to improve relations with the island nation. In particular, Carter was willing to abandon the antagonistic stance which had been favored by his predecessors in the White House, notably John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon. And while Carter continued to criticize many aspects of Castro's regime, he also entered into meaningful negotiations with a view to improving relations between the two neighboring countries. Castro agreed to release numerous political prisoners and put in place measures which would allow Cubans who had fled to the United States following the revolution 20 years earlier to temporarily visit family back in Cuba, albeit under strict conditions. For his part, Castro hoped that the United States would end its economic embargo on the country. While this did not happen, the more punitive measures were watered down, providing some financial respite. Despite certain successes at home within Cuba in developing the country's education and healthcare system, the country was blighted throughout Fidel's long tenure as head of state by an oppressive authoritarian government. As elsewhere globally, the communist regime did not accept challenges to its authority, and there was little scope for political dissent, press censorship, and efforts to root out bourgeois or counter-revolutionary elements within Cuban society were rife throughout the period of the Cold War, though especially so during the so-called Grey Years, a period of nearly a decade during the 1970s when Castro's regime was particularly oppressive. During this period, there was widespread cultural censorship of poets and artists, and harassment of intellectuals and academics. The homosexual community suffered in particular during these years. The net result of all of this was a growing swell of individuals seeking to illegally leave from Cuba to head to the United States, the state of Florida being just a small boat ride away from the country. The Grey Years began to taper off following the establishment of a new constitution in 1976 and a loosening of some state control over the arts, but political dissent remained anathema to Castro's regime for years to come. The persecution of individuals within Cuba for opposing Fidel's authoritarian rule led to a major development in 1980, which has shaped much of the Cuban community in the United States. After years of oppression and efforts by tens of thousands of individuals to leave Cuba, Castro's regime decided to temporarily open a port in order to allow individuals to leave the country. This was the port of Mariel and its harbor, lying some 40 kilometers to the west of Havana. For over 6 months between the 15th of April 1980 and the end of the following October, the port was open for anyone who wanted to leave Cuba for the United States. In total, before it was closed again just over 6 months later, approximately 120,000 Cubans left for the U.S. What has become known as the Mariel boat lift became a political issue in America, where the administration of President Jimmy Carter was unsure what to do with the arrivals if they continued to come to the U.S. in such numbers. By the time that Mariel Harbor was closed again, the huge influx of Cubans into Florida and the city of Miami in particular had changed the demographics of the Sunshine State in ways which have had implications down to the present day, particularly so as the Cuban American vote are a large group with their own political lobby in a state which is consistently a swing state in American presidential elections. The 1980s brought considerable change to Cuba under Fidel's rule. The country's economy yet again declined, owing to a global fall in the price of sugar, the country's main export commodity. Unemployment rose sharply. As a consequence, Cuba, which had successfully wrested itself away from Soviet influence to some extent in the 1970s, found itself drifting back towards a reliance on Russian subsidies and the Russian export market again. Yet this was a time-limited strategy. In 1985, Mikhail Gorbachev had succeeded as General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. A reformer, he began to initiate a series of new policies which aimed to modernize the Soviet Union and bring an end to the Cold War, which had entered a more intense period again since Ronald Reagan had entered office as US President in 1981. But Gorbachev's reforms had unintended consequences, and by the late 1980s, the Eastern Bloc of communist countries stretching from East Germany to the borders of Russia were agitating for wide-ranging political reforms. In November 1989, the Berlin Wall fell, reuniting the city, the division of which had become a symbol of the Cold War nearly half a century earlier, and 2 years later, the Soviet Union collapsed, bringing an end to the conflict between capitalist America and communist Russia. The implications of the collapse of the Soviet Union were profound for Castro. For 40 years, Fidel had himself as the arch country on the doorstep, one who had been an ally of the Soviet Union. Moreover, the country had been resoundingly reliant on Moscow for financial support to help its economy at various times between the early 1960s and the late 1980s. But now, as the Soviet Union collapsed and the Cold War came to an end, communist regimes such as Castro's were being overthrown rapidly in countries such as Poland and elsewhere across Eastern Europe. There was a strong possibility that the same would happen in Cuba, but Fidel quickly moved to ensure a continuation of his rule. He strengthened his control over the Cuban military to prevent any revolt from within the armed forces and temporarily allied the country with other regimes across Latin America, which were fellow antagonists of the United States. Through such mechanisms, Castro was able to ensure a continuation of the communist regime in Cuba. Human Rights Commission, a accusing the regime of widespread human rights abuses. The survival of Castro's regime beyond the end of the Cold War ushered in an era which Fidel referred to as a special period in time of peace. But despite Castro's assertion of this being a special time, the raw truth of the 1990s for most Cubans was one of increasing destitution. The country was now continuing to face economic sanctions from the United States, and was which it had long received from Moscow. Gorbachev's successor as head of the new Russian state, Boris Yeltsin, possessed a deep antipathy for Fidel, and the country offered virtually no support to its former ally. Thus, despite some piecemeal efforts to improve relations with some Western powers, Cuba's economy collapsed in the early 1990s. By 1992, economic activity had declined by nearly 40%. On the level it had been in 1990. Electricity shortages were widespread across the island nation. Petrol to run cars and for other purposes was in short supply, while imports of essential goods such as Russian manufactured cars completely dried up. Over time there was a domino effect as increasing shortages of raw materials saw Cuban factories being shut down, further driving unemployment and economic decline. Thus, the special period was actually one of economic freefall in Cuba. The economic crisis of the early 1990s did produce a response. Within broader Cuban society, there was a clear undercurrent of unrest and the difficulties ordinary people were experiencing. In response, the regime sought to ameliorate the economic situation before it led to efforts to overthrow the government, as had happened across Eastern Europe. Accordingly, from late 1991 onwards, piecemeal plans were being initiated to allow private industries to operate in Cuba and to permit the use of American dollars as an alternative currency. In addition, some political reforms were initiated which aimed to make the country's government more representative of people and to bring in younger political leaders to replace many of the senior figures who, like Castro, had risen on the back of their involvement in the revolution back in the 1950s. Inward and outward travel were also relaxed, and this contributed greatly to the rejuvenation of the country's economy as tourism, with most of the visitors arriving from Spain and Latin America, quickly replaced sugar production as the most important sector of the Cuban economy. As a result, by 1996, the country's budget deficit had been nearly eliminated and foreign investment was increasing, though with criticisms abounding that the socialist ideals of the revolution were being betrayed. Despite this deregulation of parts of the Cuban economy, Fidel himself continued to present himself on the world stage as the inveterate opponent of capitalism and sided with many regimes around the world which were antagonistic towards the United States and the Western capitalist powers in general. Some of this was retrospectively statesmanlike. For instance, Castro had long been a firm opponent of the policy of apartheid practiced by the South African government, and indeed Cuba's long-running involvement in the Angolan Civil War had partially been to provide aid to South African dissidents. As a long-standing friend of the leading anti-apartheid campaigner Nelson Mandela, Castro was asked to attend Mandela's inauguration as the first black president of South Africa in 1994. Perhaps more controversial was Castro's leadership of a new alliance of Latin American states which espoused an anti-American stance and favored socialism. In this, Fidel was most closely aligned with Hugo Chavez of Venezuela, with Castro providing healthcare expertise from Cuba in return for Venezuelan oil. Other countries such as Bolivia would associate themselves with the Pink Tide as this movement became known. But the subsequent collapse of Venezuela politically and economically has considerably tarnished the reputation of this initiative. It was also in the post-Cold War period that Castro's personal life became a subject of some attention. This followed from the defection of his daughter to the United States in 1993, when she sought asylum there, after which she widely criticized her father's regime. Castro's wider private life was a closely protected thing, and also substantially unconventional. He married at least twice, but also had several long-running affairs. His marriage to his second wife, Dalia Soto del Valle, resulted in 5 sons, but he also had numerous other children from his mother. was with his younger brother, Raoul. His associate Castro was known to be taciturn and private, and despite being the head of this regime, Fidel Tibu, having all material wealth, and in addition to a large estate, he had several other rights, and despite this, Comandante was manufactured and controlled, and Castro rarely appeared in public other than a green uniform. In 2003, the Cuba 5-year term as president of the country was long, sufficient time determined who would serve the pricing for Cuba and the community to learn that Fidel would not for another time. Instead, power would devolve to Raoul, who was elected president of the National Assembly on the 24th of February 2000. The spread of the Communist Party, and occasionally of which appeared as the strategic Bautista's regime in the 1950s. He pushed his last politics when he stepped down as Secretary General of the Communist Party of Cuba. Role on the international stage in his final years, becoming an advocate of nuclear non-proliferation and warning. However, March 2016, he became the first to visit the Fidel died of illness. A funeral procession was undertaken along the route through which the Today, the country continues to be ruled by the Communist Cuba as a one-party authoritarian state. Survived the end of the Cold War. However, meanwhile, the economy remains markedly underdeveloped and continues to have some economic sanctions imposed on it by other countries. And yet, a series of political and economic reforms in recent years offers the prospect of a more open society and economy developing in the near to medium future. Fidel Castro was an individual with a lengthy political career, which it is difficult to assess. He started as a Latin American revolutionary, one move American influence from Cuba and reform the contribution in the 1950s. The island was bedeviled by a poorly corrupt government, epitomized by Fulgencio Batista. consider to anyone reacting against government in Cuba. Was and continues to operate under economic sanctions in face Apex legacy produced into universities towards result. Cuba has been able to make remarkable medical breakthrough with small size and is a net trust in this authoritarian regime, which persecuted much of its population over the last half-century in order to maintain Castro and his followers in a position of unchallenged power in Havana. Castro may be regarded as a man who oversaw a regime which demonstrated how communism could benefit many of its citizens in the realms of education and healthcare, but whose rule was ultimately sullied by his repressive actions and authoritarianism. What do you think of Fidel Castro? Was he a nationalist patriot who liberated the Cuban people from an oppressive dictatorial regime? Or was he simply another dictator himself, who in turn oppressed the Cuban people? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
Much for watching this video. If you enjoy our work and would like to support the channel, please visit our revamped Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee membership pages, which contain rewards such as early access to our content, merchandise discounts, and audio versions of our videos. We give to our valued supporters. If you have not yet signed up to help our cause, we'd like to ask you to please consider doing so, as we need to secure the channel by safeguarding it from possible demonetization. Also invest in better equipment, software, and also improve our videos going forward. In short, without your contributions, these videos would not be possible. So if you would like to ensure this channel never has to shut down due to demonetization, please spare whatever you can per month and become People Profiles patrons. Thanks for listening.
sometime in the second half of the 1920s. Official records place his birth date as being on the 25th of May 1928, but others have suggested a date of birth over 3 years earlier, on the 19th of May 1925. That but this brief experiment in independence foreshadowed the struggle to end colonial rule which was to follow. Pol Pot's path in the years following the Second World War, though, increasingly pushed him away from Cambodia altogether, having left boarding school without finishing his studies or acquiring his baccalaureate. He enrolled in 1948 in a carpentry course at the Technical College in Phnom Penh. Given his family background, Pol Pot might have been expected to follow a different career path, and setting out on a vocational training as a carpenter once again benefited him in the months ahead, as Pol Pot's act ignored. And in 1949, he was awarded a prestigious scholarship to attend far away in Paris, in Europe. The cabinet needed in gaining some degree to effect in May Unit Head for Cambodia to be given a more concerted form of independence, and thereafter events elsewhere in Indochina. Since December 1946, she had been fighting a war in neighboring Vietnam, acquired independence from French Indochina. The First Indochina War would drag on eventually until 1954 and would extend into neighboring Laos and Cambodia. It was the beginning of a long period in which events in Vietnam substantially impacted on developments in Cambodia, and for the meantime, the insurgency in Vietnam made the French government more willing to grant concessions to King Sihanouk and Cambodia as a means of shoring up support there and avoiding another independence war. In the concessions which Sihanouk continued to obtain in the late 1940s were viewed as not going far enough, and so as Cambodia entered into the early 1950s, the country was rife with political instability as many parties calling for independence and an end to French colonialism, which was tainted by its long associations with the French. This was the situation at home as Pol Pot arrived in Paris in 1949. The stormy politics of Cambodia had been transplanted to the French capital. While he lived on the banks of the Seine in the months that followed, Pol Pot became associated with numerous political groups that had been organized by his fellow Cambodians in Paris. One of these was the Khmer Student Association, which met regularly and was broadly giving Cambodian independence from French rule. Extreme and effectively illegal was the Cercle Marxiste, or Marxist Circle, a Marxist-Leninist organization which met in secret to read Marxist, Leninist, and other communist writings and to discuss Cambodia's struggle against French oppression. It is important to remember that the great majority of anti-colonial independence struggles in Africa and Asia in the post-Second World War period adopted one form of communism or another as their ideological base in their independence struggles, not least because the way to throw off European imperial rule was by and material aid from Communism or China. But assessing Pol Pot's ideology and future career, we can largely dismiss any ardent affection for Marxist thought, which he might have claimed to have had, as in reality, the future dictator did not really understand Marxist thought at all. What little of Karl Marx's own writings he had read, he he later admitted he had not been really able to comprehend. Rather, Pol Pot was attracted by the idea of continuous revolution, without concerns for the violence and humanitarian implications of it, which had become a feature of Marxist-Leninist thought in the post-war period. This unswerving commitment to acquiring independence and carrying out a revolution at all costs became the central focus of his political leanings later on, not any ideological commitment to communism. Pol Pot spent 3 years in Paris, becoming more and more embroiled in politics there. His departure from the French capital would eventually come about owing to developments back in his homeland. In January 1953, as the political situation in Cambodia lurched from crisis to crisis, King Sihanouk disbanded the National Assembly and began ruling by decree. Domestic political turmoil increased rapidly thereafter, such that by the spring of 1953, Cambodia was virtually in a state of civil war. Already in late 1952, the Seventh Marxist in Paris had determined to send one of their members back to Cambodia to assess the situation on the ground in order to determine which of the competing entities they should be supporting. And so it was that Pol Pot found himself returning to Southeast Asia in December 1952, after 3 years in France. As a result, he was back in Cambodia to witness King Sihanouk's call for independence from France in the summer of 1953, a request which was granted by the French government in November, when it realized that it lacked the support or the military capacity to maintain its control over Cambodia. Independence had been achieved, but it remained to be seen exactly what kind of state would emerge in the new Cambodia. The next 15 years in Cambodia were a period of almost continual turmoil, which eventually, in 1968, would result in the outbreak of a civil war, which was the result of the unrest which continued to dominate Southeast Asia in the 1950s and 1960s. Although the Geneva Conference of 1954 succeeded in ending the First Indochina War between the French and pro-independence Vietnamese, conflict in Southeast Asia was in no way brought to an end. Henceforth, the northern parts of Vietnam became the independent country of North Vietnam, which was pro-communist, while the south of the country also gained independence as the pro-Western Republic of Vietnam. However, no sooner had the dust settled on the Geneva Conference than North Vietnam began efforts to unite the country under communist rule. Thus, in 1955, the Second Indochina War, or what is more commonly known as the Vietnam War, erupted. It would last for 20 years, with the South backed primarily by the United States of America, as French influence in Southeast Asia waned, and the North backed by Soviet Russia and Communist China. Throughout its entire duration, Cambodia was caught up in the conflict, primarily because the North Vietnamese troops, known as the Viet Cong, used Cambodia as a staging base for attacks into South Vietnam, with Vietnamese camps established in the jungles of northern and eastern Cambodia. But as we will see, Cambodia was also increasingly tied up with the North Vietnamese, because radical Marxist-Leninist revolutionaries within Cambodia, such as Pol Pot, sought North Vietnamese aid to foment their own rebellion in Cambodia. Pol Pot's path would soon collide with the North Vietnamese, but for now, in the post-independence period in Cambodia during the 1950s, he became involved in efforts to effect change through political participation. The first post-independence elections in the country were held in 1955. It was widely believed that the anti-monarchy Democratic Party would win these, and Pol Pot and his fellow Marxist-Leninist Cambodians now attempted to infiltrate the Democratic Party as a means of exercising influence from within the government, which it was assumed would soon come to power. However, the king had other ideas. With the elections imminent, Sihanouk quickly abdicated in favor of his father Norodom, and then Sihanouk established his own political party called Sankum Nio, meaning the community of the common people. And in the election, through widespread voter intimidation and fraud, Sankum won over 80% of the vote, effectively establishing a one-party dictatorship, with Sihanouk serving as prime minister. As a consequence of the manner in which independence quickly gave way to conservative dictatorship headed by the former king, Pol Pot spent the next few years in a kind of political wilderness. He He continued to be active within Marxist-Leninist circles in Cambodia, but these had largely been driven underground by Sihanouk's seizure of power, and for the time being, a concerted armed struggle by either the Communists or the Democratic Party seemed conducive. Meanwhile, Pol Pot acquired a job teaching history, geography, and literature at a private school in Phnom Penh, and in 1956 he married Hugh Bonnery. Political oppression continued throughout these years, with senior members of the Democratic Party being subjected to public humiliation and physical attacks during a supposedly official debate in August 1957. However, by the end of the decade, resistance to Sihanouk's dictatorship was greatly diminished, and then things started to change. In 1959, members of the Marxist-Leninist Cambodian movement established the Kampuchean Labour Party, the forerunner of what would later become the infamous Khmer Rouge. In late September, 21 senior members of the party, including Pol Pot, met in a room of a railway station in Phnom Penh, where they agreed to rename the party as the Workers' Party of Kampuchea, and party positions were allocated. Tu Samont was made General Secretary, while his ally Nuon Chea was appointed as his deputy, but Pol Pot was elected to the bureau and was effectively third in command of the new Revolutionary Party. He would not have to wait long before he ascended to a position of leadership, when Tu Samont was killed by the Cambodian government. Less than 2 years later, Pol Pot would be elected as his successor, and as the second in command, Nuon Chea decided to step back from the revolutionary struggle, but Samont's death was also part of a wider crackdown on the socialist movement in Cambodia, and even before Pol Pot had officially been appointed as the new head of the Workers' Party, he was forced to flee with his wife to a Viet Cong encampment near the border between Cambodia and South Vietnam. It was the beginning of the drift towards civil war, and the horrors that followed in its aftermath in Cambodia. Pol Pot spent the next half a decade largely living in encampments in the jungles of Cambodia and Vietnam. His personality as a dictator was formed during these years. He was a somewhat enigmatic character, one who displayed a large level of self-control and was reserved and introspective. Nevertheless, despite his taciturn character and the deplorable nature of his later crimes, many are agreed that he could be charming when a situation necessitated him to be so, while his varied upbringing and middle years had seen him develop an ability to interact with people from many walks of life. Yet behind the apparently amiable facade lay an individual with a great thirst for power, a propensity for savage violence, and a personality that was increasingly paranoid. None of this was alleviated in any fashion by his personal circumstances. His wife suffered from deteriorating mental health in the 1960s, which would descend into chronic schizophrenia in the 1970s. Pol Pot and she would eventually divorce in 1979, and although he remarried later in life, he never enjoyed much of a family life, having just one child, a daughter who was born in the mid-1980s, when he was in his late 50s. Equally, he suffered from very poor health throughout his adult life, with insomnia and intestinal ailments, conditions which would have done nothing beneficial to stabilize an already erratic personality. Above all, if we are to seek to discover who Pol Pot was and what motivated him, we must remember that he was an ardent Cambodian nationalist and one whose tendencies were heightened in the 1960s as he built an opposition to Sihanouk. And if there is any consistency to his actions, it is surely found in his zealous desire for Cambodian independence from French rule and the monarchy epitomized by Sihanouk. As well as being formative in his personal development, these years in the jungle were a time of growth for the Cambodian communist movement. As Sihanouk's repressive regime gained more and more enemies, all revolutionaries fled from civil society into the jungles to plot revolution. Here, they found a new umbrella organization for their resentment, the Workers' Party, which named itself in 1966 as the Communist Party of Kampuchea. But in the southwest of Phnom Penh, Sihanouk had begun referring to the party's members as the Khmer Rouge, meaning red Cambodians. And although Pol Pot and his followers initially rejected the term quickly used for the communist for the terror which would occur years later when Pol Pot came to power. But beyond this name change, the party was also evolving in new ways. During the mid-1960s, first and foremost, it was developing its own independent streak, wishing to break away from the North Vietnamese. Secondly, it had set out on a new ideological course, one which appreciated that the vast majority of Cambodians were actually farmers. As a result, any Marxist-led Cambodia would not buy an urban proletariat such as Marx had envisaged and which had occurred to some extent in Russia in 1917. Rather, the undeveloped state of the Cambodian economy dictated that this would be a revolution of the rural peasantry in Cambodia, so much of which had been impoverished by French colonial rule, and that of the collaborationist monarchy, the continuation of which was epitomized in the form of the former king and current dictator Sihanouk. Finally, a major factor at play in these years was the growth of the party and its military capabilities. By 1967, it had several thousand members who were armed in the jungles of northern and eastern Cambodia, waiting to take action against Sihanouk's one-party state. They struck in the first days of 1968. It was the start of a long and bloody 8-year civil war. The Cambodian Civil War was initiated in January 1968 when Pol Pot's insurgents attacked an army base in Bai Dam Rang, south of Battambang, the regional capital of northwest Cambodia. Sihanouk's initial reaction to this limited insurrection backfired. He ordered a violent crackdown, with widespread bombing of the north and east of the country, indiscriminate attacks which were designed to hit at communist encampments, but which largely succeeded in alienating hundreds of thousands of rural Cambodians, whose livelihoods were damaged by the scorched earth tactics favored by the government in Phnom Penh. Consequently, support for the revolt, of which Pol Pot was increasingly the undisputed leader, swelled in the late 1960s. He was now also increasingly referring to himself as Pol Pot. And it is from this time to Viet Cong supply lines into South Vietnam and hit at Viet Cong camps and bases in the jungles of northeast Cambodia. This was followed in March 1970 by the overthrow of Sihanouk's government in Phnom Penh. Their allies effectively established control of a third of Cambodia, constituting the bulk of the north to the country. Old Pen. 5 years of bloody combat of the Chinese and the other by the US. Pol Pot's Seo, who had fled to China from the coup of 1970, is brought the disparate rebel groups within Cambodia who were opposed to Noel's government in Phnom Penh into alliance with each other. And as the war intensified, were delegated according to who would fill what ministerial brief. On Pen in the years ahead. And was broadly determined by events the Khmer Rouge in northern and yeah. Were temporarily only through the intervention of the US, Nixon ordering a hugely the population and quarters of them refused. By March 1970, and it was surrendered to Pol September, the Kampuchea 5 regimes in Serbia in the spring of 1970 to be killed. Few knew that the main rebel order was Pol Pot and salary to begin. It did the scale unleashed throughout the 1970 years that followed itself. Regimes and the civil communist workers first began these Cambodia was care of building and a great revolution. One of its rural peasants would form the basis of their communist state. Had little understanding of communism thought himself, and this idea society, this utopian dream led would soon become Pot and the Communist Party would be the primary power in the new Cambodia. During 1970, the Khmer brothers Prime Sihanouk was key to focus on opposition to the new regime, but he resigned from his and was subsequently kept under house arrest by the regime of the Civil War. The policies pursued by Pol Pot and the Khmer regime in the second half of the 1970s had become infamous. As we have seen, the regime constructed itself around the idea of creating an agrarian revolution with a kind of rural proletariat. Pot and his allies were inspired by the Great Leap Forward, which Chairman Mao had attempted in China 20 years earlier, whereby he had attempted to drastically increase China's food production and industrial output in just a few short years. The Great Leap Forward failed spectacularly and is now understood to have resulted in the deaths of as many as 50 million Chinese people in the space of 5 or 6 years. But, undeterred by this appalling record, Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge now sought to use similar methods to exponentially increase. The ultimate goal was Cambodia self-sufficient and reliant on no other state for the goods which it needed. In particular, Pol Pot wished to avoid having the country fall under the influence of its more powerful neighbor to the east in Vietnam. Cambodian self-sufficiency was to be achieved through collectivization, whereby farms throughout the country were brought under state ownership and then run collectively or communally by farmers. The goal was to have the country's agricultural output increased substantially. By forcing Cambodians to work as hand, Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge immediately began forcing the population to leave Cambodia's cities and relocate to labor camps in the countryside to work on collective farms. Conditions at these were brutal, often amounting to little more than slave labor. Workers were beaten and tortured if they did not work sufficiently hard enough. They were fed poorly, often so that camp overseers could report on high production yields, and malnutrition was soon rife, giving way eventually to death. As conditions in Cambodia's work camps deteriorated, it became rife in them also, exacerbating the level of mortality. Workers who refused to work hard enough or resisted directives were executed. The barbaric conditions of the labor camps in the countryside were not the sole theatre in Pot's Cambodia. When mass murder was occurring, the Khmer Rouge established itself as a highly autocratic, xenophobic, classist, and totalitarian regime. People from the middle and upper class were murdered in large numbers, simply for having the most tenuous links to the ruling elites of past years, or being seen as bourgeois subversives. All this despite Pol Pot's own upper-middle-class family background. Foreigners were targeted also. For instance, 250,000 Cambodians of Chinese ethnicity were killed between 1975 and 1979, with perhaps as many as 100,000 Muslims also murdered. The state also established itself as an atheistic regime, and Buddhism was savagely repressed. Anyone who was seen to resist the government became the victim of arrest and execution, and over 100 Notorious being S21, that could put every aspect of Cambodian society. Children were indoctrinated into the regime's atrocities and forced to engage in killings. In other instances, the children of political dissenters or ethnic minorities who were killed were also murdered. The rationale Pol Pot and the regime being banned. poor farmers and peasants were carrying out these executions in order to avoid punishment themselves by the regime. Such was barbarity. Destruction of life, which by the amount of million of Cambodia's population of approximately 8 people had been killed. The Cambodian genocide by the party and August was one of the most heinous and vicious genocides ever undertaken. It's hard to look streamed over the border. The invaders quickly overran the country. Northeast Cambodia had been captured by the end of 1978, and then on New Year's Day, the main Vietnamese forces began their approach to Phnom Penh. As the Cambodian army's resistance melted away in the opening days of 1979, Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge regime began evacuating the capital. Many senior members fled to Thailand before Thamma himself headed for the city of Bangkok, the regional capital of the northwest. foreign powers yet again into the following the initial flush of Khmer resistance to establish along the border in the summer of 1979 aid to disavow and action the party while Part tried to position himself as the leader of a new dishonesty on the international the regime. Admittedly, still the first year of the Cambodian-Burmese War, the stage was set for an extended showdown between the Vietnamese and their puppet regime in Phnom Penh and the many militant groups which controlled much of the country, and of which the Khmer Rouge was just one. This was effectively a new civil war in Cambodia. It would last as long as that which had first brought Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge to power in 1975. The Cambodian-Vietnamese War lasted for another 10 years. The Khmer Rouge was just one of the militant groups fighting against the People's Republic of Kampuchea and Vietnam in these years. Foremost amongst these other groups was the National United Front for an independent, neutral, peaceful and co-op on a stalwart opium politics, the former Sihanouk. Then, in an effort to win over more support for the Khmer in response to the formation of Sihanouk's Funcinpec, Pol Pot officially dissolved the Communist Party in 1981 and proposed a new nationalist movement, an indication of his ongoing ideological flexibility. Then, as the fighting wore on, in an interminable series of guerrilla attacks in the jungles and foothills of Cambodia, in the mid-1980s, Pol Pot began moving away, and in September 1985, he resigned as the military commander of the Khmer Rouge, in part owing to reverses the previous year when the Vietnamese had pushed the Khmer forces into Thailand from Cambodia, and in part owing to his own declining health. In 1983, he was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, a relatively severe type of cancer, which required him to spend extensive periods of time in Bangkok and Beijing, receiving medical treatment. As the war dragged on into the 1980s, Pol Pot began to make it known to political elements within Cambodia and abroad that he would not seek to return to power should the war end. Rather, his sole wish was to see the Vietnamese removed from Cambodia, or at least that is what he claimed. As ever, this statement came about largely owing to wider geopolitical circumstances. By the end of the decade, the communist bloc worldwide was in decline, and the Cold War was drawing to an end. As it did, Vietnam, which had been largely ostracized from the global community since the 1970s, determined to bring its role in Cambodia to an end also. In 1988, it began withdrawing the nearly 100,000 troops which it had in Cambodia, and instituted a series of political and economic reforms designed to prop up the People's Republic of Kampuchea and to fully disentangle itself from the country. And by September 1989, it had withdrawn the last of its troops from the country. Once a ceasefire was proclaimed in 1990, peace negotiations began between the various groupings within Cambodia to find a workable way forward in establishing the country. Despite its crimes, while in power between 1975 and 1979, the Khmer Rouge was pulled apart in these negotiations. In the Tokyo Sampan to Phnom Penh to represent the party, here negotiations largely centered around Sampan, Sihanouk, and the head of the pro-Vietnamese faction Hun Sen. Sampan struck an antagonistic pose in the camp.
possible demonetization, also invest in better equipment, software, and more people to help us improve our videos going forward. In short, without your contributions, these videos would not be possible. So if you would like to ensure this channel never has to shut down due to demonetization, please spare whatever you can per month and become People Profiles patrons. Thanks for listening.
Very much.
מעגין את ראש מועיל הצמיחה, פיירוי שלא פרוסס, פיירוי שלא בסוף המלאכנה. ובכל מי שלא מסמר את זונתו לו. הייתה אותו לא מוכן לשמרו. אבל הוא לא מתכוון אותו ידיים, הוא מתכוון אותו חבירות שלו. יום אותו היום. למה? זה ראייה. אם אנחנו מפסיקים עכשיו השנייה, אז מה קוראים? ראייה שלא צריך כוונה כדי לצייר בידיים. להכניס את הידיים למקפר ולצייר אותם בלי כוונה. הוא יותר לגיב אותם. אבל הפירות, המים שנפל עליהם, זה לא בסדר, אם אתה לא מוכשר לקבל סמויות. איזה פרסום. אם יש שיוכו, אבל אם אתה רצית את הפירות, יהיו בלי מים, לא, אתה לא לראות, תסביר אותם. עכשיו, אתה רוצה את המים, אתה רוצה את המים, אז המים האלה מתארים, הם מחשיבים את הפירות שיהיו תינקות. אז מה שכן רואים? הנה, התורה, שהידיים שלו טובות, ומי שמתכוון לפחות. ניסה לכם את הידיים שלו תוך המים, זה מחשיב בעיניים. אבל הרמב"ם שרב אומר שלא צריך כוונה, אישה לא צריכה כוונה, לא צריך כוונה, חובה לכולי, וקצת לכולי, ודם, כבל, ומוקד לכולי, הוא מתכוון שתובל רק לכולי. אוקיי, ומה יקרה? זה רק בשלבים, כן? השלב הכי נמוך, לכולי. מה בא אחרי כולי? מה קשה? מה בא אחרי שני? תרומו. מה בא אחרי זה? תרומו? קודשי. מה בא אחרי קודשי? תור אביב. אז לא משנה מה. הוא מתכוון למשהו יותר נמוך. הוא במקרה הזה מתכוון לדבר הכי נמוך שלו. אני תובע וכולי. אם אתה מתכוון להכי גבוה, אז זה לא יכול להיות. כמו איפה לעשות, אני חושב שזה אם הבן אדם מתכוון, ושומע שקורה כאן, הוא נכנס למקווה, יש את החדר, אני לא רוצה להיות טהור, ודברים יותר חשובים, לא רוצה לדברים הכי פשוטים. אבל זה לא מייסר. אז שהוא באמת, התחילה שלו לא עלה לו, ומייסר, הנה, זה כאילו קורא, זה כאילו מדרוז, שאלה ממש חזקה לכאורה. אולי בסדר, הכוונה שלך, אבל הוא לא נותן את זה. הוא לא כיוון, רואים שזו כוונה בסדר. אתה עובר לראות את כמונו לסביר, הנה הוא תפתדע את זה המים, וניצורים, כגבור, אתה מחזיק כל התחום שלך. ובכל מקרה, אתה יודע מה אתה עושה, אתה אומר, אני רק עושה את זה למייסר, זה לא טוב לסברו. אתה אומר, אתה רק עושה את זה לכולי, זה לא טוב למייסר. זה לא טוב לדלתות. אבל לא, לא, רק מישהו, וכולי, לא כאילו מייסר. לא, לא. ואולי, אם הוא מתכוון, וכולי, אז אפשר או אסור לבייסר. אבל, מה? על עצם, על עצם כולה לא צריך לבוא. איזה, כל המדובר, כאילו לא טוב. זה מפורש, הוא כיוון, אז אין לו תפילה בכלל. מה להגיד זה לא טוב בכלל? לכאורה זה לא חש, זה שאין לו, הוא כיוון, אז לא כדאי כול את זה. טוב, אני כאילו לטוב לבייסר. אבל ככה לא כולי כן. אבל זה בואו נצטרך לנו כמעט כלי עוד החלשה, סתם דברים כמו שפה. לא פעם, לא פעם. הוא עלה, והוא מתעמק בזה חזק, ועד שרוב המסע משהו, תעני, כל הגולגות אז, לא, הוא כיוון את הפנייה, הוא כמו דבר שלו מהעצמי, כן, כיוון את הפנייה, שהוא שמה? שישה שנפלה מהגשר, אני גם קורא את הגשר, שנבין, כמו תגיד שני דברים, או שנפלה מהגשר, נכנסה בדווקא, אבל רק מתקרב חלק מהסיס שלה. אבל לא משנה, בוא נגיד שהיא נפלה מהגשר. וביות הוא אומר, היא לא קורה בכלל, זה בעלה. כך כתוב שהיא כן. שלא תקום, נסתכם לתפילה, ולפחות תחולי, זה יורד. תחולי, כן? תחולי, זה בסדר. או מלא, רביעות לו, גם אנחנו מיון את מיון. אתה צודק. אבל יש תודה לאחר, שלא תבואו, תעני, רביעות לו, יש רגע. שלא תבואו, בגד של תוצאה. tego posiądzie a to ma chodzi, że to sobie bilansko. I myślę, że tak lepiej to kończyła. A za jedną rozpocztę wagamy, to mamy rozmawiać. Dano mają się przedstawione. Mówiono jest przedstawiona. Mama projekt. Dano mają się zgubią góry, to przedstawiona. Gam, przedstawiona. Czy Congress szone do szpitala? Rabonon. בהחלט סימן וחצי גדולה לא טוב. למה? אופציה אחד לא להגיד, הנה, אתה רואה שרב לא צודק. הבחירה יכול להגיד, זה רבונו. כל זה, זה הלכה ורבונו, ולהיות לבנות חייזו. מה עושים זה שרבונו זה חייזו? האם זה מה? זה בידה. אם זה שימו דיירייצו, אם זה שימו דיירייצו, זה לא משנה בידה. זה רק בים בדיירייצו, זה לא משנה בידה. אז אם אנחנו אומרים שמדיירייצו זה בסדר, רבונו אומרים שזה לא משנה בידה נגד. בסדר. אבל בואו, יש כזה הולך להגיד רבונו. זה לא דיירייצו, זה אומרת שזה אתה פחות תורות, אז אסור. למה? אם הוא לא יכול לנו ככה, רבונו מתחת. יש להמתנות, אם יש לך חתיכה שהיא פחות וחצי, אז הם עושים סתומה, הם קצת כן? אין מה לעשות עם זה, אתה לא יכול לקרוא לזה. זה שבר את זה לחצי. אתה לא מבין שתיים ומשום. אם הוא פחות מהחצי, אז הוא לא כזה. אבל הוא כתירים שווה מה עושים. שני פלאים, שבשביל של שעושה אי אפשר להגיד שדבר זה ב-50%, ואם בתנית של 70 מטר, זה לא יכול להיות. ששניהם פנים, בגלל שאתה לא יכול להגיד שאחד פחות גדול מהשני הוא טוב. מה יש לצמצם? אם אתה כן יכול לצמצם, אז זה טוב. למה יש לו זה לא עושה יגרו בו, זה לא עושה יגרו בו לפי רעב של 50%. זה לא, אז בוא נגיד שהוא חילק את התנור, שבא את התנור, 50%. אבל לפי רעב זה מפודש, 50% זה לא 50%, 50% זה 51%. זה לא. הוא אומר, וסובק גדול, כן, בסדר, אבל מה אתה רוצה להם? אנחנו רוצים להביא להיום כל השעה. עוד שנייה נגיד לא, הוא מתכוון רק במקרה אחד. לא בשבידה, ולא בשביל דבר, רק במקרה אחד. בכל זה לא ביגרו, זה לא ביגרו. לא מרפות, זה לא בשבידה. מכאן, שתי חתיכות לא בשבידה, רשתום כזאת כמו ללכת. שונה להלכה ל-51% בנאומים. זה 51% וזה 51%, זה לא מסתדר. כמו שמה, שוב מתמטיקה אחרת, ושוב או במשקידה אחרת, מידה פוסק לדעת למעלה. זה הסיפור, שכל אחד מידה, לא פעם, כל אחד תעשינו אותם, כולם מסתכל ביחד. חמאס, שחד, חמאס, בכזה של החמאס, 50%. זה הרבה תחמש שם. הולך לשאול, זה לא שואל. שיטה טובה או לא שיטה טובה? טובה, מצוינת, למה? זה הכנראה פחות כדי שיצטרכו אבל חצי מספיק רוב והכל, מתי אנחנו אומרים חצי, אולי חצי מספיק ומשהו לא, יפכו לתפוי יפכו לנבי כוסו כאן שהכריחו לספר, כתוב רוב פריש, כתוב רוב בספר תגידי אתה איזה מהם זה כל זה ואיזה מהם זה לא נראה אבל כולם אומרים אותו דבר הרי ספורות, אז זה מה קורה עם החבר שלו? שהשליטה רק נמדדת לפי המעשה האחרון, אז המעשה האחרון היה טוב לזה פתאום. בוודאי, אנחנו לא עושים את זה. שום שבת. לתקוף את אדם ולא צריכים לשחוט את האותו. לא חיילה מסתר, בסוף עושים את זה חיה בשוחד. ובוודאי, כולם הסכימו שאפשר לערוך את הראש של הצבי ולאכול אותו, והביאו לשחוט אותו, אבל כתוב על החיה, על הצבי, בשוחד, שפכת את הדעת, לא כתוב ששפכת. אבל נגיד, לא, זה לא שוחד. חיה, אנחנו גם סכין. מצב לא נכון. זה עוד לא צריך שליטה. אז מה הבעיה? נשמע. אז עשית את זה. למה זה לבנו? הוא לא הייתה לזה לבלוז נעשה הקאקו, בגיבי, לבלוז הקאקו שהיה כל העצור, אוי, מה אתה אומר לך? אף תעשה לי אוכל גם זה החסוך, שם דיברנו על זה מסוים, אופה, בן אדם מביא שלום בבית המקדש, נשבר לו המקדש, הוא לא יכול להביא. אז הוא אומר, מוכר את השלומים שלו, עובד את זה, לוקח את הכסף וקונה משהו אחר. מה עושים עם השלומים ששארו שנה? זה שחור. ושומר גדול כולנו, אתה אוכל את זה, תעשור, תקצי לך היום. כמו שאתה שוחט צבי, ככה אתה רוצה לשחוט את הסורי המוגבר שלו. אחרי להיות אוכל את הצבי. וכמעט אתה צבי להיום. בוא נלמד, זה לא עובד. אז אמרת הצבי זה כמו זה למידות של שקיטו, והיו בשקיטו. אתה חשבת שהפסול הוא לא כמו הצבי, ושמעתי זה הלא כמו צבי, לא. הצבי, אתה לומד צבי, והפסול למידות של חייב שקיטו. לא אני אומר, מה הפסול למידות של שקיטו? בואי, אין לו שקיטו. אין לו שקיטו. למה? והיה אין, תגיד, לשחוט אותה, אבל לא אין מקור בתורה, לא לשחוט. נכון או לא? מה, כאן דבר, אין לא זרקה. זה הדיוק. מי חולה, לא זרקה. הוא אומר שתתן מהתורה, זה הדיוק. מי זה רבי? רבינו הקודש, שקיבלת המשניות. זה היה הדיוק, רבי אוהב. וגבח לו כאשר שליחו, ולמד שנכתב, וכמו שאמרתי זה אז, אני לא הרי הכוסים גם מקפידים על הקרוב והכל למה? לא בתורה. את הפסוק הזה, בסבח שכתוב שלישיחו, כתוב מפורש, כמו שאני ציוויתי אותך, זה לא כתוב מפורש בתורה. אז את כל המושג של שקיטה וכל הדברים מסביב, הם מוצאים, הם מודים, זה לא כתוב מפורש, אבל כתוב בכתיבה את זה לא מרבים. ולא לכתב המוישה, בלפה, על הדשת ועל הקונן, ועל רוי, איך עוד בואי? ועל רוי, שניים ובאלה. אומר רבי, זה לא זה רבונו. המשבור הוא ציווה את משה רבינו, והלוך לא מש נסיעה. לא בתורה, זה לא זה רבונו. זה לא אומר נסיעה, זה כמו בתורה. יש כאן פויסס, אלף פלוס. לא מאמינים כזה פויסס. זה כאן פויסס הוא ספר. ורואי נראה בואי ורואי ורואי יש בואו נזלות לגימטיה. ואיפה גרתי יד? הוא אומר, כתוב במילה אשר, א', איכות, אשר, א', אחד, בוא, שין של אשר, שניים, ובין ריש, הוא משל איכות כמויו. הוא משל בין. זה אומר, הרוב זה הרוב. בשם רבי יעקב מקומי. כאשר הצליחו בגימטריה, עשיתי בגימטריה, זה 1047, רוי, איכות ואוי, ורוי שניים ובאימות, זה בדיוק 1047. 22, לא יודעת, כל הראש, לא עושים שקטים, צעד, ואפשר לחתוך רק את הקנה. היה לו שאלה, האם כשחותכים סימן אחת באור, זה רק הקנה? זה בסדר? או הכוונה לבשת. על היבשת אתה מסתר, מגישה, אתה נושא ספרי, אז הוא מסתבשת לשם. לא, הנה כלום. הוא מליצה, מוכרים רק את הקנה. או רק את הקנה, ורק את הבשת. אז אתה אומר, רגע, טוב, מה היה לנו, אתה... מה, נכון? היה לו, תקענו, עכשיו היה טוב. לא היה לו תשובה, אתה רואה, אתה יכול לשאול, זה משנה עוד טוב, זה מליצה, זה שונה, זה כשידרו מפרקת. וגידלת, אתה מוכר לך מפרקת, אומר רש"י, שאתה מגיע לנס, ומי זה פתור? זורק אותו על המקום, למה פתאום חתכת את המפרקת? אז רק תבדיק, אני שואל אותך, סכין, מהגרון, האם מספיק לחתוך רק את הנס? זה עוד לא ענית. לא שמע. לא שמע. לבוא את זה. אגב, לא היה הבעל, זה אומר אותו, הנה מה אתה עושה איתו? כל הסלם שלו מלידה. כן, אתה מגיע, אתה רוצה לשחוט את הבעל. אבל זה הבעל יוצא, יש לו דם, שמה מתנשא. אולי הוא נותן לו דם מהסימנים. זה בעייתי, אתה לא יכול לשחוט סימנים שיש להם חום. אבל לא ראי גנאדה. זה לא בעיה, אתה חוק את המורי. יש גנאדה מבגי, אם נשחק אותו, ואז נבדוק אם היה לו בעיה בתוך סימנים, אם הם מורפים נגד, אולי כשאני בסכין נכנס, כמה זה היה חום. איזה גיבור זה משודרי. נבדוק את זה עכשיו. או מראה, ובשת, אין לי גם בחוץ, אתה לא יכול לבדוק אותו מבחוץ, רק מבפנים, כלומר ככה, לא ממש כמו שאתם חושבים, אלא מבפנים בחוץ וככה. כשאתה מסתכל מצד שמאל, על בוקר שלו בתחום. מצד ימין, הוא לבן, אתה שופט שיש חול. אז מסתכל מבפנים. או אלא מפני, אז הבן שלו אומר לו, איזה כאילו תמונה, או תרגיש עם היד, את הקלם מבחוץ, ותשחטי לתמונה, ואז תשחט רק את הקלם, אתה רואה, אתה עם הידיים, הרגשת, שאין לו כתיבה, תגידו להם להצישו. כבר אני מדבר על תסכים שלך תלמידים. אמרו, איך עוד פה אמר, אוי היי, רואים מהסיפור הזה שאפשר לשחוט את הקנה? הוא אמר, בואו לשחוט את הקנה, נשחט רק את הקנה ולא את הבשת. לא, רואים שאפשר לשחוט את הקנה. תגידו להם לשחוט את הברידים. אתה מבוא את זה, לא צריכים לשחוט את הברידים. לא צריכים לשחוט את הברידים. יש סברה להגיד שצריכים להוציא את הדם כדי שלא יהיה דם, אסור לאכול דם, אסור להכיל את דם, אבל זה לא יוצא טוב. זה בתוך הבשר. רוב הרב זה לא נהיה זה לבואי. הסיפור הזה שצריכים לשחוט את הברידים זה רק גופות. ככה אומר להפחיד שצריכים, מה אומר להפחיד טוב? רק גוף. בואי נצלם כולו את יחוד. אתה נותן חוק, ואתה צולה אותו ככה, אתם אומרים, שכל אדם יצא החוצה, אבל באימו, במנעת כל איזה רגע לא יצטורן. ואימה, אז לא שם שור שלם על המנגל, אז אין בעיה של דם, וחתיכות את הדם יצר. וגם נראה לי, שאם צולים אור ככה, ולא מבחנים לא טוב, אולי זה משהו שקטן על לא, מאיה, יש כל הציונים כל בשעת שחיתות, זכיות, שמזבזים, וצדדים, בשעת השחיטה אנחנו נמצאים, אז אנחנו, הגמרא תגיד פה פסוקות, אז הנה, פשוט לא משנה איך. בסחור, כדי לא להגיל את האנשים, הוא שלח לי את זה בעבר, הוא אמר לי, יש אנשים שלא יכולים לראות קו, לא משנה מה, אז הוא עשה קו בצבע שונה, זה יותר המילים. כשהייתי ילד היה רצוי, הוא אומר שאדם באמת כחול, בחבור, אז כשהוא רוצה להעביר עולם, הוא דופך מהטוב. כן, זה היו, אז הוא היה שיש כל, אז שאין כל בשעת שחיתו, טוב מה, שחיתה ושחיתה, זה כמו שחיתה, זה לא הביאו לו. הם אומרים בסוף מה בשעת שחיתה, זה לא נכון, זה לא נכון פשוט חור. מתי? בשחיתה. לא שצריכים לשחוט את זה. זה לא מה, הוא לא יגיד לו, מה שמתאים לא יציא, והם דאב, כל הנקודה הזאת, אתה יודע, מה לשחיתה, מה לשחיתה, זה חצי שעה אחר כך. בגלל זה רואים, בסוף בשחיתה, אתה רואה שזה שחיתה. עוד גם מזה. מה נמלק בשעת שחיתה, ומה נמלק בשעת שחיתה? עוד פעם, אותו טיעון. אז שאלו אותו, אז תהיה, אתה רוצה נגי, אז כמו שאתה אומר, עשית נגי אחר כך. אז במה הטיעון? הוא סובר בשעת שחיתה עוד אדם, בחיים, אדם הוא חם. אז הוא יוצא הרבה יותר טוב, זה נוצרי. כשאני רוצה להשקיט, הוא חוקק את אישה, אני כבר נהיה פירוש, ולא תדע, מכל, הוא שם. בואי, דוברים לי, הוא לא שמע את משהו, זה דבר. מה נותנים דבר הבויצאי? שרק בלאו, אמרנו שצריכים לחתוך את הברידים. ברידים, מדברים לו, שובן, לא רק ספר. האם יש הלכות שחיטה, דברים? אבל הוא סבו, אתה מדברים, אתה עושה בלפעמים. לא תמיד, זה לא, אוקיי, לא לא לדבר. ואני לא אומר, הוא סבו, זה לא, אוקיי, לא לדבר. ונק גם בכל סתם שהירים, לא צריכים לשחור. טיינים זה נושא דרום. דבר עושים אמר רבותיי, שרק פה צריכים לחתוך את הברידים, שום נשליך את לי סימון לגוי. הוא עושה חצי של קנה, חצי של רשת, פוס, הוא ביצות לנו באימון. הוא יגיד לו, רגע, שתים מה הוא אומר, באור. זה כמו רבחים, זה באור, אז יש לזבש ואת הברידים, שבאור צריך את הברידים. רק לא, ולא, ובהמה, הבויצאי, שאתה ביום בוא, ודאי. ערב טוב לבויצאי. השויכת, איך עוד בואי? אין לנו הרבה חידושים היום. אנחנו מדברים על שחיטת עוף, בהמה. בעצם כל הדף היום, איך אנחנו יודעים שצריכים לשחוט בהמה בהצהרה. השויכת, איך עוד בואי? סימן אחד מתוך השתיים, בדרך כלל, מה זה הסימן ששוחטים בעוף? מה הראשון? הקנה. התינור שנושמים בו, זה הקנה, זה הדבר הזה של המזגן. המזגן ראשון, לאחוריו יש את הדשת. ושניים בבהמה. שני סימנים, שחיטות ושאירו, וקשר אחד בעוף. ורובו ישלחו, תבואי. אם נשים לב, כמו שבחרנו במסכת, השויכת, זה בעצם לשון של בדי עבד. זה לא לחכה. הגבורה קשה, זה משהו טוב. צריכים לשחוט גם את הברידים. בואו נראה כמה תמונות. אחד פה, כאן הוא עושה את הבשת, זה גם טוב. שתיים בבהמה. וזה הברידים. טוב, יש פחות ראשון עם איזה ברידים, זה הברידים של הדוקטור, בקיצור, ברידים שמביאים את צרוב הזרה. חצי אחד בעוף, ואחד וחצי בבהמה. אם לא עשית את הרוב, זה מה שהייתי צריך לעשות פה. זאת אומרת, בעוף לא עשית הרוב, רק עשית חצי. או בבהמה, אתה היית צריך לעשות שתיים או שתי רוב, ועשית אחד וחצי. זאת אומרת, אחד מהם רק חצי, ודאי שזה לא טוב, שזאת זה צורות. לא יודע. היינו חושבים שלא צריך, דבר שעומד במקומם, שור, ופלט, וזוגובינו, ומות של גוי מידו, הוא תמיד למטה. והנה שואלת הגמור, הוא דבר גם יכול להשיג אותו, לא כמו בן אדם שהוא קרוע. אנחנו צריכים את זה, צריכים להזיז כל מיני כיוונים, אחת וחצי. אולי זה שתי קצרים, אוקיי, פה, זה מה שיהיה עוד שם, זה כמו שגמור נגיד, זה מגיע לזה. אלו, למדנו זה לא ממש, לא שוחד, אז זה גם כל דבר, קיבלנו את זה, כל שבבים חוסים מהסדה, הוא קיבל את זה מהפרספות שבו, שהיו היסטוריה. עד לעשות אותו ככה. זה הגיוני שאתה נהג בצד שמאל, אבל אם הרוב בקופסה ובדם, שם החטאים, כאן זה כבר לא לשון של ניקיון, אלא לשון של שבירה. עכשיו זה שבור לו את הגרון. ומה אתה יודע, חטאים יודעים שזה מתאברו על קירו ועל תיכון. אל תראו את זה, אל תשבר. יש כמה דברים בצדה, 4-5 פעמים, שתקי 4 פעמים, אבל לא מדבר, לא מדבר לפעמים לשלוימו, על קירו ועל תיכון. ואם לא נכון פה, שאני מנסה עולם מגימורה, לראות שחלום והגרובה לומדים, לראות רק שמסביר איך לומדים היה הזאת, וסליחו שלא נעשות שיטות. ובין לשמוע לנו עוד פשט, איך אנחנו יודעים שליטה מהגרוב. ושוחד, תפיקים שוחד אלא וסוחד. ניסים. כן, זה שמה, אבל שמה, כמו צריכה לניסים, ניסים צריכה לניסים, לא הולך משין ניסים, וניסים לשמה. במובן שסוף, במקום שהוא מדבר, שהוא עושה קול, הוא חטאים, שם אתה נקי אותו, אנחנו חוזרים עכשיו לחטאים, זה חטאי קולות. גם ראינו לחיטה, שזה המצבי קול, ואין לנו לשוינו. או, קול זה שם הלשון, אז אולי תחתוך לו את הלשון. ויודע מה נפש ולכת. צריך שזה יהיה בדיוק שהנשמה יוצא זה עד תקצר. ספור שהתקשר להם לפני שנתיים, אבל שאלנו מה הוא עושה, וכולי, דיברנו על זה אחד בבוקר. את ה... זה דבר מאוד מורכב. וכל אלה, אנשי הסבל החיים, אז הם מפסידים כל מיני רופאים, רופאי לב, רופאי מוח, זה, כל מיני זה. להוכיח את המהירות של השליטה, כמה הבינה לא סופר. אתה במוח, מהירות מאוד מאוד גדולה, שזה יותר מהר מהשיטה שהגויים של סטונית. רק חשמל. למשל הייתי באירופה, זה היה נקדח, הוא ממש מהיר, אני לא יודע איך יכול להיות יותר מהיר מזה. זה כדור למוח, פשוט כדור, זה נקדח רגיל, כדור פשוט. הכדור, שיטה, כן. מה? למה? זה סוגר, זה עובד, המוח נתגל בשנייה. למה לא? אבל היא נופלת, עיניים למעלה, אוקיי. גלי הכרה, אומרים שגלי הכרה. לא רוצה, אני לא נכנס לזה, רק הוא... הם הוכיחו ובכיחים. הם הגיעו אם אחר אומר שיש איתו, ואחר גם אומר אותם מלחיים, אז הם הגיעו לאנשים שקשורים לאנשים שקשורים לאופי אחר. טוב, הקופון הוא לא, כי אני נסיע כאן. אולי זה מתחיל מהלשון, שזה באמת כואב. וזה ממשיך עד שמגיעים למקום שדם הנפש. וסור שידרוש מחלות האדם לא מבינים. לא, אם אתה לומד מה כתוב, אולי זה מתחיל מהלשון. וגם איך אתה יודע את כל הכיס, ראש מחלות האגרום הוויקו. זה לא גמור. שימוש. הוא כל מה יעשה, זה לא יצבוי. יש מייסי לו מאוכל. בוא תענה, יש גם הגנתי קצת היום. ותענה מייסי לו מאוכל, נתניו, במחי עומר. זה נתנו שכתוב, זה ראייה סוציאלית. ולאי נשחידו ונעשה בו. אנחנו מביאים את השאלה שאנחנו שואלים, שהפשיטה זה מהגרון, וזה מה? בואו קוראים לי העונה כבר יענו את הנסוחים. הנה. להזכיר לו אלו. מי שלומד סבוכים. תראה, חשבתי 3 ראשון. מה? לא, אתה לא... אז יש 13 טונים, כל בוקר, שמביאים את הטון הזה, זה אוי לו, אז הולכים את זה ל3 כהנים שמביאים את החלקים. וכתוב בפסוק, שאיננו לא ילמד את הראש ואת הטון. חותכים אותו לחתיכות, לא כתוב את היד, את הרגל, את הזה, את הראש, ואת הפוזר, שזה השומן, זה כן. ואתה אומר, אתה רואה שזה חולה. אתה לא יודע בכלל לא נתון לו. כתוב אז, צריכים להביא כל את בסוף, אם על המזבח וככה מתחילים את הכל. לא ביום, למה הם שונים לכולם? לפי שהם מביאים שזה כל איזה מידה, אם נפשיט טוב, ואחרי שמפשיטים את האור, חוזרים אותה לחתיכות. הנה, זה נוסף שיש לנו בכלל שוטר. ואז, אחרי שהבימה שצריכים להפשיט טוב, ולילה רב זה ראש שכבר מותג, אבל ראש אי אפשר להפשיט טוב, למה? כי היא לא חלק מהבימה. לא אבל היא לא חלק מהבימה, היא כבר חתכו לה את הראש. איפה חתכו לה את הראש? חייב להיות, חתכו לה את הסימנית. וזה, אז עוד פעם, זה הפשטה. אני ראיתי הפשטה היום. ואת הראש לא מפשיטים למה זה לא חלק מהגוף. איך אתה יודע שזה לא חלק מהגוף? כנראה שמפשיטים לה את הראש. אבל מה זה הפשטת הראש? שחוקרים לה שזה לא שמיוטי כזה, זה ראש שלו, זה ראש שלו, זה לא מתאבד. ובואי להגיד לסעני אליי לראש שבנו שכל נפרד לסוף. תגידו להם, לא אומר, מה הוא שם כאן? מה זה? זה לילה נכון לסוף. אוי מה? זה לא מכובד ככה לעלות על המזבח. אחרת, לא לא משנה מה זה נוגע בו. או שלוקח בבילה. אז אם אין לנו סוג השבעים הבאות, אנחנו ממש לא חד כן. אחת מסתמד ולינו חד. אם מישהו גורס צדדים, ומישהו אחר עושה של דולר, משהו לבינו, שם לו את הגרון, נכון? אז הבית שלו נשמח. זה כבר תרומה יותר חזקה, שמגיע את ואין עוד איזה דברים בסוף מאוד כדאינו, איפה כן יש חודש ויש, גם עוד שליטה לא זה גם אימה כי אנחנו יודעים שוב, אימה לעלום בבוי שניים, הפעמים שניים, שני סימנים, אבל לא לא עוד רק צריך וזה גוי והרפאים הזה אותו כדאינו לא יבוא מגעים, אבל לא מה, שמנצחנו כמו שהאופ מקשים אותו עם מניקה מהצבא, הרפאים או הרפאים מנצחנו ממעלה לא, הוא לא יודע הרי האופ עושים את המניקה עם הציפורת, עם הצד השני של הגרון, לא בגרון, ממול האורף, מאחורי הארון אז כאן ממול האורף, אז אולי גם באימה, נעשה לו מהצד השני, לא מהגרון אבל לא אימה, הוא מול הכיסוי הוא שוי רק תראו שהאופ ממול האורף ולא יעביר או לשוי שזה ממול האורף מילה בזאת הרעבים הבאים עושים את הכל אולי בין מה? אז מה זה יכול להיות? לא נבד לפורס, זו יספר את זה מבוי איזה הכל טוב בואו נראה את המסור שנייה הנה זו יספר את הבאים בבוי אומרים מסת במים אז זה נגיד זה חי בוי בשני סימונים אי אפשר לעמוד פה בסדוגים לא זה הנראה שדגים לא עושה שליטה בכלל לפחות לא בלוי כלום אז תגיד כמו דג אז כמו שדג שליטה גם חוף לא עושה שליטה בכלל אז מה? אוקיי, אז עכשיו עושים את הכל בסדר, אז גם אנחנו יודעים לא יודעים זה למה להשחית אלינו בגרדון איך אנחנו יודעים שתגיד, לא שוחטים כאילו איזשהו נפסיד, רק צריך ובוק לא ישוחט לא יהיה אם הסכול מגיע יום יוסף לא יהיה, כתוב אותו פסוק שהצום והבקר שוחטים ודגי הים אוספים תסיבי בעל מסקלו לא רואים לא צריכים לעבוד פשוט אוספים, הם תופסים אלא מעטו, יא בסלו מה זה סלו? מי יודע איך שנראה סלו? יש מבשמש כאלה? למה יבוא לא ראיתי? אם הכתר הזה יפה? זה לא יופי זה גם כמו הוא עושה זה סלו בסדר יעשו את הסלו טוב, אני לא צריך לשמות, אולי צריך לשמות פעם, ובוא נגול כלום, אי אפשר, שתוקו את זה באימא. עוד לא הקציב ועשינו לו בשליטו, זה אחרת. וכאן, שכתוב בפסוק, עצורים, ובוקי שוחק, כתוב שליטה, ואחר כך כתוב, בגלל היום יהיה עושה. אז הסיפה זה שונה בשליטה. אז אנחנו יודעים שלא צריכים לשרות, נגיד. אבל שמה, מה? בשליטה. זה לא ישאיר אנחנו. אוי די, או אם שעברת לנו, כל ואימו שנברר בין היבות, או הנה הגעת. אני מה ראית, בקטע שבא את נתניה, כל כך לא חושב שזה למה אסור לקנות? כי זה מים, מה קנית כאן? נכון, תמיד פה עלה יין. אז מתברר למפרע שמה שעשית לו, לא הכניס את זה פיירו. לא הכניס את זה פיירו. התגלה שמה שקנית לפני שבוע זה באמת היה יין. לא הכניס את זה מפרע את פיירו. תמת, מייסר, מתכוון ממקום אחר, מתכוון אחר. אין הולכים מצמי. מה זה אומר? כולם מסכימים שצריכים שזה יכניס כדי להפריש מייסר. וזה ביהודו, בסובה, אני רק אומר משהו, בסובה ולא יהיה בסובה, שביהודה יגיד לו, שגם שזה לא הכניס, זה נחשב יד. אז כאן לא מחייב לביהודו, אלא מן היהודי. הוא מאוד מכניס, זה לא שמה, שאתה יכול להפריש מייסר על התמת הזה מהתמת בעצמו, מהפלפוק לעצמו. אתה לא יכול לקחת פלפוק אחר, זה ממש דומה לתמת הזה. מישהו, אתה והחבר שלך עשית תמת באותו יום. לקחת מלא חסמים, הכנסתי לתוך מים. ושניהם לא הכניסו. אומר לביהודה, אתה צריך להפריש מייסר הזה. אבל אל תיקח של החבר שלך. זה משהו אחר. למה? מה הבעיה? אבל לא יצא מאוד להפריש מנקים בנפסות. אולי שהחבר שלך זה ברייצה, זה כבר יאי, ושלך זה כלום. עכשיו, הפרשת, לקחת יין שחייב, זאת אומרת, זה ברייצה, והשתמשת את זה על מים. אסור לעשות את זה דבר. וגם הפוך גם אסור לעשות. בוא נגיד שלחבר שלך זה מים, שלך זה אמיתי, זה יין. לקחת מייסר ממים, הפרשת מים על יין. זה לא עובד. עובד כאן על ברייצה. על מה לא? זה לא רוצה להפריש בין הציור על הציור. אבל בוא נפילים ולא טוב, לא אומרים, מתברר למחזר, לא, אין, עכשיו אתה לא מפריש מאחד על השני, כל דבר. לא, אבל, התמת, אנדרוויטמית, עכשיו, זה הלכה מאוד מעניינת של השוקר. מה זה השוקר? התמת אנדרוויטמית, משיקו את מים. יש לך תמת, שהוא תמת, ואתה רוצה לטהר את המים הזה, את התמת הזה. אז מה אתה רוצה? אתה נותן לו נשיקה למים. אתה לא מכניס אותו ממש לתוך המקווה, אתה נותן לו לנגוע בקצה של המקווה. המים של המקווה והזה ביחד. אתה מכניס אותו ככה לאט לתוך המקווה, ואז שזה נוגע לבנים, זה נהיה טוב. זה השוקר. גם יש השוקר, יש את המקומות שליד המקווה, אז יש חור ביניהם. עושים השוקר לתוך המשפט חדש, דרך אגב. בוא נכפה. אולי אוי למיינה, אני לא יודע. ההוא. אבל אם המים היו קיים ואחר כך נכנס לתמת, אז אי אפשר. אז הסוד היחידה שהגמור יכולה ככה למצוא זה עוד רבים במקום זה לעבור ולשמע כתמיד רבש. מה יש לו די למכור את זה לא? מה נקטים? איפה אתה יכול לחלק? תבין, נעית זה מים כאילו של מים מאוד שלידים, של התמת הם שלידים, ככה זה לא יהיה זמזים ולמטה הוא במקום מנהל. אז כל החוצרים, כל הענבים הם למעלה, שליצור כל שהשוקר למים. אז זה לא ממש השוקה טובה, למה? יש לי חצי קצת בין המים למטה לפירות למעלה, זה לא ממש. אפילו שאתה לוקח במים מקווה בתוך הכלי, יש איזו הפרדה בין המים למקווה. יום גדול לא רוצה מבולנו, מה עשינים מתי ימכרו, גם אם זה היה טוב, זה היה תמת, אחר כך נשמע, אז המים כאילו כבידים, והפירות הם למעלה. אלה בבעל בלוודאי שבתוך התלת למעלה יש קצת מים, או גנם לבעל זה. אז זה לא נפמיד, אם אתה עושה השוקר ועובד, אם זה היה טוב לפני, או אחרי, זה לא משנה. ש200 שקל, אני יכול להגיד לי 5 דרכים, שהומו, עברי, הבת הזאת יוצאת עם האדום מת, עם יש בת 12 סימנים מניירון, יוניבל, עם האדון או הבן של האדון מתנדל איתה, ומה חמישי? אחרי 6 שנים. כן? או, יש סביון גם, רואה 6 דברים, רואה גם יש כל בוקר שיש נחל, אין כנס. אתם שומעים? אם אתה יכול לזכור את הילדה שלך, לזכורות שהקטנו, בוא נראה עוד פעם את הקטנו, ומגיל 0 עד 12 ניירו, ומגיל 12 עד 12 וחצי, כמובן יש לו סימונים, ומגיל אז מגיל 13 וחצי, עשות החיים. אז כל בוקר שיש נחל, קטנה, 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 זה לא די, זה מה שהמשנה אומרת לו. אם אפשר לקרוא אותה, זה לא נתנו, אז היא לא די. אז זה כנס. ובבוקר, יש כנס, זה נכס. אם יש כנס, שלא יהיה שום אחד, לא תשינאי לו, אי אפשר לקרוא אותה. השפחה יוצא, הרוב יוצא בנערו. זה רוב הרבים לא רב, זה ילדים נעים. הרוב יש כנס, לא רבים לעבד. שמה? כתוב ניירו בלי יש כנס, הוא לא כמחר, יש כנס גם במקטן. זה מקטן, אבל זה לא יכול להגיד לו לשני סיירו, זה כל כך הרבה לו כנס. עד ל-12 אפשר לגור אותם, 12 סיירו, יש פסיכולוגיה, יש לו כנס, יש לו מחר, זה בית. שאוי, יש גם אין כנס, יש כנס, יש מחר. מה זה מילה שאוי שאוי נגדיות? יש אומנס, יש קבע מסוים של גיל 3. במילא יש גיל 3 או לבוכה, יש קלאס, יש גם באחרת, יש קלאס, מה זה באותו גיל? זאת הגמור קלאסים, ובואי, למה אין כאן קלאס? הוא לא מזכיר שאפשר למקום, הוא רק שיש כאן קלאס. אז יש לו קלאס, אז הוא לא יש לו קלאס, יש לו לחם. אבל לא, אם אף קלאס הוא לא גיל אותו. יש גם בגיל... טוב. עוד משנה, עוד זה מיון. מיון זה כשאבא נפטר, רק האבא יכול לקדש את הבת שלו, הוא יכול לקדש את הדבר שלו. אבל ברבנן, אם האבא נפטר, אז האבא, האח והאמא יכולים לקדש אותה. היא חוזרת אפילו יכולה להגיד לבעלה, וחובשתי ביוסי. ויוסי בר. היום יש גם כזה, אז נראה. שידורים. שבועיים וחצי לפני שתהיה ניתוחים, להגיד לכל החבר'ה בשדות, תנסו. ואחר כך, היו תוקעים, קצת לפני השקיע, ולהגיד לכולם, צריכים להצמירות, שצריכים להוריד את הסירים, המטלות. מה עוד? היו עושים תרועה, כי התרועה לפני זה, היו עושים תרועה שלא את החנויות, ובסוף, ברגע האחרון, היו עושים קילו, זהו, שבת. צריכים לבטל לכל מלאכה. זאת אומרת, להביא שבבוקר שיש קילו, אין הבדלה. אתה לא יכול לעשות הבדלה, אמרתי לכל משתמול בליל הכושר, אם אתה תוקע בשופר. זאת אומרת, אנחנו נראה עוד שנייה שיום צריכה להיות בערב שעה. ובבוקר שיש הבדלה, אין קילו. כי אם אתה אומר הבדלה, אז אתה לא תוקע בשופר. לא תמשיכה גם בערב שעה, זה ממש כמו השנה ששמעו צצה ביום שישי בערב שעה, לא יקרה, ולא ימדין. צריכים לתקוע, להגיד לאנשים עכשיו מחזיקים, לבשל, לא את הנפש, עכשיו, מה שבת. אבל זה לא כזה הבדולת. מה כזה הבדולת? הרי זה שבת. זה יותר חשוב. אתה יכול ללכת מהחשוב לפחות חשוב, ולא מהפחות חשוב לחשוב, אז יוצא שחד ועצמם שבס, תוי כאילו ממרדילים. במוצאי שבס, אם יש יוצא במוצאי שבס, מרדילים, ולא איתו איתו. אז כן עושים הבדולת, אבל אין מה לתקוע. כן זה מרדילים. כשיוצא יוצא במוצאי שבס, אין לך לא עושים. אמרתי, זה כל זה שני כל זה... זה איזויה, זה כל זה שחור מאוד וכל זה שקם. אומר לגמור נהי בקר, אומר רב יהודה בקר ומניע מצוי חיכיו. באיזה סוג, איך הוא עושה? יוצא בערב שבת. אז איזה סוג פגיעה הוא עושה? הוא עושה משהו שונה. אומר רב יהודה בקר ומניע מצוי חיכיו. עכשיו אני מנסה לצבוע בבית ולא עלה. זה תקיע ותקוע. בלי לעצור. אוקיי, הנה. זה לא הולך כל כך טוב, אבל בסדר. מספיק, תשאירו. בבקעה אחת. זאת אומרת, בערב שבת רגיל, עושים תקיעות. עושים תקוע. עושים תקיעות. טוב. עכשיו, התקיעות הראשונים, שלוש השונה, זה מה ראשון? מישהו? אז המחבר אומר, אם לעשות ככה, אנשים האחת. וזה מה שאומר, שורים תרוע, השור תרוע, אני מדבר. שורים תרוע, והרבו חומר, כאן אנחנו עושים כמו האשכנזים, עושים כמו המחבר. שעשית לעשות אנשים האחת. אוקיי. תקר דברים של תקיעות. אבל היום התקר מניע בנשימה אחת. אז יש תקיעות בתוך התרוע, ויש בנשימה אחת, פשוט לא נושם באמצע. יכול להיות שהוא עוצר באמצע, אבל לא נושם נשימה באמצע. אז נבעתי באותו תשמעתי, שלעשות בנשימה אחת, מייס ויותר שחד להתברשה בסטויקים ולא מניעים. מה זה אומר סטויקים ולא מניעים? זה אנחנו מדברים. יותר שחד בערב שבת. סטויקים ולא מניעים. מה אליו? לא מניעים כלל, לכאורה. זה שונה מאשר הבעצי הבא. שתוקעים ומניעים, עושים תקיעות תרוע, ובעד אחת, כאן כתוב רק עושים תקיע בלי תרוע. לא, תרבות את מטעמי, ברבצי מטעמי, מטעמי, ומניעים את היד עצמו לוקח תקיעות. הכוונה לא שלא עושים תרוע, אלא שהתרוע בתוך התקיעות, ברבצי, מה זאת אומרת? עושים תקיעות, וישר לתוך התרוע, ברבצי מטעמי, ומניעים את נשימה או את נשימה אחת. הכוונה שלא עושים תרוע, זה הכוונה שלא עושים נשימה אחת. או לצוי שעה וזיות, ושלחה במוצאי שבת. אין נורמה. עכשיו, בהבדלה רגילה, מה אומרים? אמרתם בכל זה שלוחוי, ולא לכל זה, ברוכתו השם, אמרתם בכל זה שלוחוי. אז אומרים, אמרתם בכל זה שלוחוי, כמה פעמים? פעמיים. השאלה, מה עושים? ויום זה שלחה במוצאי שבת. אין נורמה. אומרים, אני מחפשים עושה. רק אומרים, בכל זה בהתחלה אומרים בכל סוכות, ולאלו רב נחמן חסימות, תמשיך לשמור את זה רבי דיור הבא, שיחות סוכות, ולשמור את זה עושה, אז מה אנחנו אומרים, אמרתי בכל סוכות, ברוך אתה השם, אמרתי בכל סוכות, שולה, כן? וזה נצטרכם לב, עוד סוגיה קצרה, רביעו דויצי אוידר, בכל סוכות ולכל סוכות, שמה, צריכים להגיד, בניות את השם, אומרים, בכל סוכות ולכל סוכות, ולכל עושה את זה, זה זוג, ביופת, שנכנס שם, זה יופת, לא מונה, זה היה קדושה קלה. פה בבני יום נתחה בעצם קצת שם, או ביופת אחד, באמצע השבת. באמצע השבת, ככה בשעה 3 בצהריים, פתאום נכנס ליופת. באמצע שבוע, רציתי לראות מתחונן כאן, הוא בת חלמון. אני שואל, שני שטיצ'ים, תלוי, וקופצ'ים, ודברים אחרים, בדרך כלל זה נשאר שני, אבל הנקודה זה שהייתי חושב שהאמצעים טובים. ממש מול הנשימה, שאם הפעם נכנס לשם ואת הכלי מתוכו, אז הכלי נהיה ראשון. הטעות היא שאפילו כבר יוצא החוצה, הכלי ממשיך לתת את התרומה לכל, גם אלה בפנים, אפילו במצב. כי הכלי הוא בעצם ראשון, הוא ממשיך לתת את התרומה, אני יכול להיות שאני אמרתי, זה יכול להיות הערבי, בוא נראה. זה אין התיקון גם. כלי נשא ראשון. כל מה שנכנס עכשיו נהיה אדום. בסדר. אוקיי. אותם סוגים שתיים, אותו רעיון. היא חרב בשר, מיטבול. אבל זה חלק, אין לזה בהסכימות. זה לא שזה, כן, חוזר, כן, כן, לא הסכימות, אבל זה חלק, כן. אז זה טהור, זה לא מקבל תשומה. טהור בכלי A, טהור מבחינה התוכן, אם יש לך כזה מגש וברזל, זה טהור מבחינה התוכן. אם יש לך כלי מתכת שלא נגמר המלאכה שלו, לא שייכת את זה מספיק, עדיין אתה יכול למכור אותי כאן. אז באמת זה תמה, טהור בכלי מתוכן, סליחה, זה לא מוכר ככה, כי זה משהו, אז אם לא נגמר המלאכה, אז זה טוב. טהור בכלי A. בכלי אתה תקן מוכר אותי ככה, ומילא זה תמה. שגמרא מיד מסבירה כמו כל המשניות שהיה לנו עד עכשיו. כל הרבון, לא בכלי A, כל הרבון, לא בכלי A, לא גוילם. זה לא דמות. עכשיו, יש לזה בעסקי. אז תהיה קוץ, תהיה. אבל לא דמות, לא שייכת אותו מספיק, זה לא נגמר מלכה. תנאים. זאת אומרת, יש לזה בהסכימות, זאת אומרת, פשוטי, אבל אם אין לזה בהסכימות, זה ככה, חלק, טוב. ואני בטח זה בדעת גם מכיוון שיושי הלך לפי המגירי, הוא יראה כזה דבר, המגירי אומר, תחרות שהוא ממש לא הבין את זה. אמרתי לו, אתה לא צודק, אמרתי לו, המגירי אומר שכיסא זה פשוט כיסא, למה? כי זה חלק. אבל החוץ שלו, אז לא ראינו את המילים, המילים את המילים, הוא אומר שזה מוישה, עוד פעם צריך שבע, זה בעיה, זה מקבל מילה מסוים. אז לכן, עדיף בדרך כלל אולי, אם ממש בקש כזה. אז הוא אומר, גול ואקזימטור, אם זה אקזימטכת שלא נגמר בלחה, נפרור, אתה לא יכול לקרוא את זה ככה, שזה יהיה תנאים, אבל אם נגמר המלאכה, וזה פשוט נראה ככה, מפגש חלק, הוא מקבל את האור וזה יצא מה, כי זה אין איזה בהסכיבות, לא, זה בגלל תוכוי, אם אין בהסכיבות בשביל מתכת, זה מסתבר. כל בשביל תוכוי, אם זה גוילם, זה לא נגמר המלוכה, לא נגמר המלוכה בגלל, זה גם משהו שאתה יכול לקרוא ככה, כל משהו זול, אז עוד יותר זול, נו, בסדר, אז הוא מקבל תורות. ואילו הם כל מקרה, מה עכשיו? כל מקרה, כל שעות לא, לשבת, מה זה לשבת? הנה, לשים מסמירים כאלה יפים, אין לזה הרבה כאן בארץ, לא ראיתי את זה הרבה, באמריקה יש כוסות כאלה, כן, כיסאות, עם קצת חיפוד, ושמים את ניטים, רגע, בהסכיבול, יפה, זה בהסכיבול, זה מתאמן, אפשר גם להגיע עוד שנייה, וגם זה פשוט, תמיד, כזה דבר, הנה, זה גירות, ומה עשו? לא, זה סוג אחר קצת, החלקה, כי העץ הזה, זה בעצם הלך ככה פעם, הוא היה פעם, אז בחצים זה מכונה כזאת, זה סוג של אישיות, אז זה עושה אותו, את הכל, אותו זה, וכך זה משהו כזה, זה לקרחי, כן? הנה, זה יפה מאוד מה שהוא עושה, זה לעשות כאילו צורות בתוך העץ, להציע בטונות. עכשיו אני אראה לכם סרטון מה זה להציע בטונות. זה לא ממש, טוב, זה להמחיש איזה עיניים. הלוואי זה היה כל כך קל לתפוס טונה. יש דברים כאלה. אתה משייך עם האור של הטונה. מחוץ לסקאט, היסוד שלו, משהו שהוא התושבת שלו יפה, או הוגן, או איזה... כמה עד שהוא ידיד, אתם זוכרים שראינו בסיפור מנחש, רק ששם אמר משהו אחר, לא, זה על המכה. טוב, אם חסר לה כלי עץ, כל הדברים האלה, פשוט לא הכנסת את הניט, את הגילוף, זה בסדר, זה עדיין, יש איזה שימוש, אז זה טוב. וחוץ לחתית או טוב, אם אין איזה בייס קיבול, אז זה טוב. עכשיו זה גמור, וחוץ לחתית הפשיט, אם אין איזה בייס קיבול, זה דיברנו, זה חלק. וצריך או אחד תפיס זה טאבו. זאת אומרת, הוא עושה 13 כאילו לא היינו צריכים להראות את זה כבר. הוא עושה 3/4 מכאן. זה הכל. זה כך, הוא עושה ואילו הם כל מקרים בתוכן. אפשר לעבור ולתת. כל שעות זה לא שוי. לא שוי. ושבת. מה זה שבת? ניטים של ניטים. ושבת, וחבקר, ממש מאוד דומה למה שעושים עם העץ. לגודל, לשייף, לחבקר, לחרוץ איזה, להגיש בגונות, כך פסיש, לעשות את זה כל מיני צורות. וחוצוקן, אוי אויגן, אוי אויזן. חסר לו איזה חתיכה שלא ממש עשו לי אופי, ככה הם אומרים. זה לא, זה שבת. אבל אפשר להשתמש בכלי בלי, אוי, זה טוב. מחוץ לו, כיסוי טוב. אם יש לך כלי, פשוט אין לו את המכסה, אז הוא כלי שלם, הוא תאמן. אבל אם חסר לו עידית, אתה לא מוכר את זה ככה, אתה מחכה עד שאתה לו עידית, שם לו את כל הסיבורים היפים, ואז אתה מוכר את זה. ומה ישנען? למה כשיש גוילם של עץ, אתה אומר, טוב, זה מקבל סובה, וכשיש גוילם מברזל, לא. אם חסר כמה דברים מהברזל, אתה לא מוכר, וכשמגיע לעץ, כן. בואי נסים. אז אתה לא נותן לרואח שלך משהו שלא דומה. אנחנו לא מהרואי הוא דמי מקורת. ברזל יקר. אתה לא מוכר את זה עד שזה גמור. מה ביניים? איפה אנחנו מינים? כי ביניים כלי עצם. אם יש לך כלי כזה, שעשוי מעצמות, מעצם, הוא יקר מאוד, אבל לא מכובד. ומילא, אם הטעם הוא שזה יקר, אז כאן זה יקר, ומילא, זה לא מקבל תשומה, עד שאתה גומר את זה גם. אבל אם הנקודה זה כבוד, אז זה כן מקבל תשומה, אם לא דבר אותו. סליחה, ועוד דבר, אנחנו תמיד, אבל אנחנו נתייצת, אם התורס גומר. שמה, זה לא מקבל תשומה, אם לא נגמר מלוך לשלוש שמות, אם הספר. ולספר לא מקבל תשומה, עד שאתה גמרת את הכל, את האוזן, את העוגן, את הכאן, את החלקר, הכל, ואז הוא מקבל תשומה. עוד הגמור, נצלח, זה יצר גם בתורה, אומר לי שכלי שעשו לי עצם, זה דרך לשמור, זה לא ישובר לנו אותו, מה אתה מדברים מה בכל מעשי, זה משחקו, כתוב בפוסוק, שאם אתה עושה משהו מעץ, צריכים לתאר, ועוד ידעו לעבור בין הקרניים ובין הכתפיים. אתה עושה כלי, במעטרת, עושה שופר, אז בכל מקרה זה מקבל תורה. שער ואין לו לחיים עיניים, אולי זה רק איתי, אבל לא אומר בכל מה, גיסו, וכן, אתה לא אוהב את זה. אז אם את כל הבהמות, כל החיות, אז למה רק איתי? רק לא אוהב, שאם אתה לוקח, אז רק שהיא אומרת הם מאוד ומהיר. זה מה שהוא אומר, מה לא אוהב, ציון ציפורנית גריפון, שויס מהן, כן. מה זה גריפון? לכאורה, גריפון זה גריפון. זה בארץ פה זה נשר, באנגלית פה זה וורקר. לא יודע אם זה מתכוון רש"י, אבל זה גריפון. יש לו ציפורניים לעניינים, הנה ציפור רציני. אז מה אם אתה עושה? רק לחזור, אם אתה עושה כלי מעצמות של הציפור, מהגריפים, מהציפורניים מים במייסר. והגדול הוא לא אחיד. ובמטור, מה שאנחנו אוכלים בצד שמאל, אז הגדולים הם היו ראויים לאכילה, הקטנים זה בני נוער לא אוכלות. שגדל המורים, גם היא לא אוכלת אותם, זה האמרנו שלה. שוקולדה. שגדל המורים קטנים חיובים, ככה זה הדרך לאכול אותם. קטנים. גדולים פטורים, הם כבר לא ראויים לאכילה. מתוקים, אבל השקילים שאנחנו אוכלים למשל, גדולים חיובים, מה הגיסור שלהם, החייבים, קטנים פטורים, לא דרך לאכול אותם. זה פה, מה שהוא אומר, זה וזה, זאת אומרת, הקטנים, תלוך אתה אמרת בקודם שהקטנים שהם המרים, כן אוכלים לא, זה לא שהפריד גם. ואמרי לא, זה וזה לחיוב. שהגומלים, אז לא מלא אפילו שהם מרים, גם אוכלים, גם חייבים במים זה. פה נראה ולא, לא יראה, וכמין הציפוי לגדיר יוידר, זה וזה לצור. מתי זה יכול להיות לצור רבו יצאי? גם המרים, גם שהם קטנים, צורים מהיצרה. למה? זה לא... ומה לא אמר, זה לזה, לחיוב. אחד, מה פתאום? מה אתה יכול לעשות עם זה? אף אחד לא אוכל את זה. אומר רבי יוחנן, אוי, זה יוכל למטו, ידי הוא, כיוון שאתה יכול, זה צריך שאתה מבשל את זה, יוצא, ומילא עכשיו זה חייב במייסר, זאת אומרת, דוגמה, לא יודע. אתה לא יכול לאכול את זה עכשיו, אבל אם תבשל את זה, זה יהיה רע, אז עכשיו אתה חייב במייסר. כי מדבור תמיד שאתה מזה, הוא נצא לגמור מחר, אבל שתי דברים. כשמגיע למים, מים, אתה לא יכול לקנות מים במייסר שם, כן? זה אמרנו, שאתה לוקח את הכסף של המייסר שם, מה קרה? היה לך פרדס ענק, יש לך מלא פירות, ו10% מהפירות, אחרי שאתה לוקח את הסוג הזה במייסר שלך, אתה לוקח 10%, ואתה חייב להביא את זה לירושלים, ולאכול את זה לירושלים בעצמך. משפחה שלך, אתה לא משלם, אתה אוכל את זה לבד, אתה לא נותן את זה לכוי. עכשיו, זה די כבד, זה להביא לירושלים, זה מאות קילו, אז אתה מחליף את זה בכסף. אתה לוקח את כל הפירות, מוכר אותם למישהו, והוא נותן לך כסף. הכסף, לוקח על זה, אתה עולה לירושלים. אתה מגיע לירושלים, אתה שמח. אתה רוצה לקנות בקבוק מים, אסור לך לקנות מים. כן, יש עוד קטנים, מלח, תגיד, לא יודע, משנה. עכשיו עוד דבר, צריכים לדעת, זה שמים פוסל מקווה אם אין לך את השיעור במקווה, או פנים, מק שובר, או לא שיעור, או ראינו שאוכלים לו את הראש מהמול האויב, עוד ובתורו אי אפשר לעבור כל הרבנון, ותמיד זה כך, פה רואה שחיתות שלו, שחוט בתורת זומו, צערי, פה פצוי אפשר להרוס לו את הראש. איך לא בא פוגשי רועד זהו, בוא צריכים להרוס את הראש, כאילו פסו לו. ממש. כאילו, מפלטות, ראינו את זה,
So